Chapter 492. Where was Chu Feng? He had originally gone out to sea, but he received an interstellar communication message on his photon computer and decisively returned to land. A buyer had contacted him and informed him that he had already prepared the peerless secret tome, Worlds in Near at Hand. The deal was ready. Upon hearing the news, Chu Feng rushed all the way to Mount Longhu. He wouldn't be at ease anywhere else, but this was the only place where outsiders wouldn't dare enter and he wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed. In the last few days, Bai Ling's parents had been burning with anxiety and restlessness. They were truly afraid that Bai Ling would meet misfortune in the hands of Chu Feng because this man was too valiant. In these 2 days, they had been paying close attention. They had seen the golden mammoth sitting in a wheelchair, complaining with tears of blood as Chu Feng stole its 3 legs. They had also seen the cooing goat crying until it fainted. Its pair of goat kidneys had been stolen by Chu Feng. Finally, the black tiger's saint child had been stolen. This was simply a horror movie. They were truly worried that the weak Chu Feng would also eat Bai Ling. Of course, there was also a hidden worry. Their daughter was extremely beautiful, with waist-length silver hair and skin as white as snow. If Chu Feng didn't pay attention, it would be a disaster movie. Returning to Mount Longhu, Chu Feng came to a star passage and communicated with the buyer. "Big brother, are you questioning my character? Don't worry, it's genuine. There's no need to inspect it." "No, where's Bai Ling's saintess?" "I want to see her," the buyer said. Chu Feng grabbed Bai Ling from the spatial bottle. He really didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He immediately picked up a metal chain and was about to tie her up. "Look, her face isn't disfigured, her bones aren't broken, and her figure is very straight. I, Chu, guarantee the quality of the goods I sell. Yes, I'll help you tie it up tightly. I guarantee you won't run away after mailing it." In the depths of the universe, Bai Ling's parents watched as he tied Bai Ling up like a pig. Their hearts ached, and they wanted to slap Chu Feng to death. At the same time, they were also regretting that they shouldn't have said so much. "Deliver the goods as soon as the payment arrives. Hurry up and let the express company open a wormhole and send the secret tome over." "Send the goods first," Bai Ling's mother said. "Are you kidding me? Sending living things is the most time-consuming. Sending living people to the depths of the universe usually takes more than 1.5 years. How long do I have to wait for you to check and accept them? Send the secret manual first. This thing is an inanimate object. It will arrive on the same day." Chu Feng had put in a lot of effort to understand these things. Then he added, Could it be that you want a dead thing? You want a dismembered saintess. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll chop it up for you." "Wait." Bai Ling's parents' faces immediately turned green, and they shouted, "Stop! I want her alive and intact." "Then pay. This is a transaction carried out on the Origin Beast platform. What are you guys worried about? With the platform as a guarantee, even if I breach the contract and don't deliver the goods, they will still compensate you." Bai Ling's parents were alarmed and said, "We don't want compensation. We just want the Saint Maiden." Chu Feng reported the coordinates, Mount Longhu on Earth. In the end, not long after, a wormhole appeared at the end of the star path. It was very small, and a small box appeared, crossing over from the other side of the starry sky. It's really amazing. Not only can it arrive on the same day, but it's also instantaneous. Chu Feng was delighted. This was a metal box that was abnormally hard. After opening it, there was a withered yellow book inside. It seemed to be quite old. Is it real? Chu Feng was doubtful. Bai Ling's parents were furious. They had paid an extremely heavy price to purchase the secret manual, but now they were being doubted like this. Chu Feng laughed and said, "Don't be angry. I was just asking in passing. Besides, you didn't lose out. After you read this World's in Near at Hand, it can be used as your race's sect-guarding secret manual. What do you know? We paid an even greater price. Otherwise, who would trade? Moreover, we were forced to make an oath that this secret manual couldn't be widely disseminated. Otherwise, we would be silenced. It's that serious?" Chu Feng was astonished. Of course. Who dares question the words and prestige of Saint? Saints can't be questioned. Didn't I scold Jun Tuo for no reason? Often, said Chu Feng. Bai Ling's parents were immediately speechless. They thought of how Chu Feng could still be alive and kicking after scolding Jun Tuo as an old turtle and an old tortoise. This was really unreasonable. Do whatever you want. In the end, the two of them could only say this indignantly. I'll comprehend it first. Chu Feng flipped open the withered yellow paper. There were pictures and words on it, but he didn't recognize a single word. I don't recognize the words on it, said Chu Feng very honestly. Bai Ling's parents were really about to spurt out blood. Were they going to teach him words? In the end, they pinched their noses and told him, the photon computer can help you recognize it. It's the universal language. Not bad. Next, Chu Feng began to comprehend it. He was incomparably engrossed, forgetting to eat and sleep. Bai Ling's parents were anxious. They really didn't want to delay any longer and urged him to deliver the goods. Young people are always restless and lack calmness. What's the rush? Responded Chu Feng. Only then did he slowly contact the Wormhole Express company on the photon computer. Wormhole Express. I'm on Earth's Mount Longhu. I have mail to send out. Come and pick it up immediately. We're the Wormhole Express company. We're in charge of penetrating the universal space. We don't have this kind of business, responded the voice of an intelligent machine. Isn't it just an express company? Why don't they have this kind of business? Questioned Chu Feng. Bai Ling's parents broke down. They hurriedly gave him some pointers and said, don't ask so much. Hurry up and place an order on the photon computer. In a while, they'll open up a passage that can transport living beings over long distances according to the coordinates. Choose the most expensive one. This way, we can receive Bai Ling in half a month at the earliest and not wait more than half a year. Why should I choose the most expensive one? Let me take a look and study it first, said Chu Feng. Then he fiddled with the page. He drew in a breath of cold air. Mailing things in the universe was really frighteningly expensive. If converted into mutant fruits, it would cost many baskets. What a scam. So expensive. Chu Feng decisively chose the cheapest option. Soon after, he discovered that he could also pay on delivery, which meant that the recipient would pay for it. Thus, he once again made the incomparably correct choice. Then, he decisively placed the order. When he saw a wormhole appear on the star passage, Chu Feng immediately threw Bai Ling into it. This made the saintess dizzy, and her eyes rolled back. Slow down. Bai Ling's mother was distressed. Then, the wormhole disappeared. Bai Ling's father saw that he had finished so quickly and felt uneasy. Soon after, his photon computer received information and understood the details of this order. Damn, the cheapest wormhole, and it was pay on delivery. How dare you, kid? How could you choose this way? You're going to piss me off. Bai Ling's father was flustered and exasperated. Chu Feng consoled him, saying, what's the rush? I've chosen the cheapest one for you. It won't cost much. You should thank me. F***CK, your grandpa. Do I need you to save money? I want the most expensive one. It's no problem, even if I have to pay for it myself. Chu Feng curled his lips and said, you're too despicable. My good intentions are truly unrequited. Chu Feng turned around and showed him the back of his head. He ignored him and went to study the worlds in near at hand. You're the despicable one. You're a despicable brat from head to toe. Don't you dare set foot in the starry sky. Otherwise, I'll hire a group of mercenaries to hunt you down every day. How dare you kidnap my daughter, Bai Ling? In any case, Bai Ling had entered the wormhole. Her father threw caution to the wind and vented all the anger in his heart. Oh, so it's old Bai. If I knew it was you, I would have increased the price no matter what. Chu Feng's words made Bai Ling's father even more furious. He decisively ended the call. Next, Chu Feng also sent Yuan Kuan off because the buyer had already paid. However, this diamond ape-saint child was sold at a discount and didn't exchange for any rare secret manuals. Afterwards, Chu Feng left Mount Longhu and headed for the Eastern Sea. He cultivated along the way and studied the worlds in near at hand. That was because this withered yellow secret manual only had 9 pages and was a thin scroll. Very soon, he had memorized everything and branded it in his mind. He was able to figure out many mysteries. In the sea, he disappeared from his original position with a swoosh and reappeared on another sea surface. Chu Feng learned very quickly, as if he had obtained a precious treasure. This item was extremely suitable for him, and he could already display the most basic essentials. Afterwards, Chu Feng experimented as he walked across the vast ocean. In the end, he discovered a few divine sons and saintesses attending a meeting. He tailed them and arrived at an exceptionally beautiful island. Within the peach forest, the 1,000-year-old peach trees were glowing. Pink petals were gushing out with multicolored light, and falling petals were sparkling and translucent. It was as if a rain of light was sprinkling down with a sweet fragrance. Heavens, that Chu Feng is deranged. He really sold Saintess by Ling and the Saint Child Yuan Kuan. The latest information on the Origin Beast platform shows that the transactions have been completed successfully. This caused quite a commotion within the peach forest. Some of them raised their arms and shouted loudly, suggesting that they join forces to deal with Chu Feng and suppress him. Unbridled, he really is selling divine sons and auctioning saintesses. This makes one's hair stand on end. Everyone, let's kill him together. Among them, the most active person was actually Zilwan. This proud girl had been captured by Chu Feng back then and was also auctioned off. Moreover, someone had placed an order for her. Were it not for the heavenly lightning descending at the critical moment and striking Chu Feng, she would have been sold already. In addition, Li Feng and Zhan, he were also in a complicated mood. They were calling for people to join forces and hunt down Chu Feng. Everyone looked at Zilwan and couldn't help but recall her appearance at that time. She was so scared that she was about to cry as she sang, "I'm a little bird." In truth, the composition of this group was complicated. Some people were hostile to Chu Feng, but their opponents had chosen to support Chu Feng without the slightest hesitation. "Little girl, behave yourself. What will you do if you fall into Demon King Chu's hand again? Not only will you sing, 'I'm a little bird,' but you'll also be sold," someone teased. Saint Zilwan was furious and said, "I was just a bit nervous at that time, so I appeared weak. Now, let's see if he shows up again. I'll find someone to destroy him." It was at this time that the scene became somewhat quiet. That was because many people were shocked to find that a familiar face had really appeared outside the peach forest and was slowly approaching. "Saintess Zilwan, Demon King Chu is here," someone whispered. "Little girl, your greatest enemy is here," someone reminded her. "You want to scare me? TSK, do you think I'm that cowardly?" Zilwan was disdainful. She didn't even turn her head and was fairly calm. "Zilwan, he's really here," someone informed in a low voice. Zilwan arrogantly raised her snow-white chin and sneered. She simply didn't believe it and said, "He dares to come under such circumstances? TSK, don't tell me he's here to pay his respects to me?" After that, Chu Feng utilized the worlds in near at hand and entered the forest with a single step. He didn't reveal any murderous intent and instead smiled warmly at everyone and nodded in greeting. For a moment, no one made a move because they had already come. There was no hurry to hunt him down since he was already here. After that, Chu Feng quietly arrived behind Zilwan and lightly patted her shoulder. Chapter 493. "Ah!" Zilwan shrieked miserably as if she was experiencing the worst. It was a heart-wrenching, lung-splitting, and bone-piercing pain. Her little face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. Then, her beautiful pupils contracted, her head fell backward, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted just like that. This was because she was too frightened. Suddenly seeing Chu Feng, she decisively chose to faint. She didn't even have the slightest bit of hesitation. She bluntly lay back without feeling anything. Everyone was dumbfounded. She had fainted just like that? Just a moment ago, she was still stubborn and swearing that she wasn't afraid of Chu Feng. She even taunted him for coming here to pay his respects. In the end, she was so useless. She had only taken a glance and hadn't even finished her second glance before she was so frightened that she turned into a corpse. One could easily imagine how terrifying Demon King Chu was in her heart. That day had left an indelible impression on her. and she was terrified to the bone. Chu Feng indicated to everyone that this really had nothing to do with him. Afterward, he extended his arm in a friendly manner to catch her and prevent her from falling to the ground. Moreover, Chu Feng showed his goodwill and poured a strand of vigorous energy into her to wake her up. The whole process could be said to be considerate, and not the least bit rough. However, this kind of action was too torturous for Zilwan, because she saw Chu Feng the moment she opened her eyes. Afterward, she fainted again. Chu Feng was also speechless. He once again poured energy into her to stimulate her to wake up. "Ah, save me." Zilwan opened her eyes and screamed. Chu Feng said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, it's me." Originally, Zilwan was going to hold on this time and didn't faint immediately. But after hearing these words, it was without a doubt that her heart was about to collapse. It was because of him that she fainted out of fear. How could she have a good ending after falling into the hands of this demon king? As such, she fainted for the third time. "This really isn't my fault," Chu Feng explained to the people around him with an incomparably amiable expression. Only Li Feng and Zhan He, who had dealt with him before, were apprehensive. They firmly believed that this was definitely his fault. It was premeditated and deliberate. Finally, Zilwan woke up once more and discovered that she was lying on a grassy ground. Sparkling and translucent flower petals fluttered in the air one after another. It was especially beautiful. However, the moment she turned around, she felt that the entire world had turned dark again. This was because she saw the great devil sitting on the ground beside her, occupying the jade table that originally belonged to her. The two of them were so close that she could feel Chu Feng's breath. He was drinking leisurely. Zilwan would never have thought that the person who had patted her shoulder was actually Demon King Chu. Moreover, he was now sitting beside her with such a warm and intimate manner. "We really are fated to meet again." Chu Feng smiled. "Fate my asterisk guess." Zilwan really wanted to roll her eyes. "Who was fated to be with you? You will disappear as far as your thoughts can go." However, she did not dare. Chu Feng was in high spirits, looking like a modest gentleman. However, Zilwan was shivering. Seeing him so amiable and smiling warmly made her hair stand on end. That day, this great devil was a complete mess. He ate Lai Shan, Zhu Wuk, and killed Yuan Feng, Chen Rong, and Qiyu. He was simply an undefeatable monster. Even now, she still felt a chill run down her back. It wasn't easy for her to escape from the devil's hands. How could she fall into his hands again today? Zilwan was resentful and restless. "Enough, the heavens chosen among the natives. It's time to stop." The copper-skinned giant spoke. He was like a small mountain as he sat there, the blood energy in his body surging like lava. The copper-skinned giant said to Zilwan, "Saintess, come to my side." Chu Feng did not pay attention to the copper-skinned giant. He sat behind the jade table and only shot a glance at Zilwan before pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking. Zilwan was both hopeful and apprehensive. She hoped that the copper-skinned giant could suppress Chu Feng, but she did not dare to go over without a result. She was afraid that she would be slapped to death by Chu Feng as soon as she moved. In fact, she was thinking too much. Even if Chu Feng were to make a move, he would capture her alive. How could he let her die because he wanted to exchange for the secret tome? Humph! The copper-skinned giant grinned and revealed his foot-long white fangs. Then he quickly and violently stretched out his big hand, bringing with it a violent gale that sent sand and stones flying as he grabbed at Chu Feng. He made his move while sitting and did not even get up. He was rather arrogant and casual. Chu Feng could feel that this copper-skinned giant was not simple. The blood energy emitted from his skin was like red-hot molten iron, destroying the surrounding peach trees and bluestones. The giant erupted with an extremely terrifying might. He was even stronger than Zhu Wuk, Yuan Feng, Zhan He, and the others. He was a powerful character. Chu Feng did not get up either. He raised his hand and met the attack head-on. With a loud bang, as if metal and stone had collided, the copper-skinned giant's big hand emitted a glaring radiance like a burst of lightning. The pupils of the copper-skinned Giant contracted. He felt a piercing pain as he said, "No wonder you dared to come alone." In reality, his heart was throbbing. That arm of his was in great pain. It had been torn apart by a spiral force and was already injured. If he were to attack again, he would not be able to hide the injury and his entire arm would split open. Chu Feng smiled at him, revealing his white teeth. Then he suddenly swung his fist forward. Being passive wasn't his style. Since he dared to come here, he did not want to be bullied. He had confidence. The copper-skinned giant let out a roar and suddenly stood up. In the blink of an eye, his whole body flourished with golden light as his ancestral bloodline was revived. He transformed into a colossus as if he was cast from gold. His whole body was resplendent. In the surroundings, several thousand-year-old peach trees were uprooted. Even the bluestones weighing tens of thousands of kilograms were stirred up by his golden blood energy and suspended in midair. At this moment, his divine power was enough to uproot a mountain. As the giant's golden eyes opened and closed, divine radiance erupted. His fist was as big as a millstone as it smashed toward Chu Feng. At this moment, even the void was distorted. The light in the surroundings was devoured by this golden fist. The energy was condensed, and the aura was terrifying. This punch could easily shatter a mountain. However, with a puff, such a domineering golden fist was directly pierced through by Chu Feng's fist. It dimmed as if it was leaking air, and blood splattered everywhere. The giant fell back in pain. His entire arm was full of cracks. His entire right arm had almost been twisted off by a spiral force. He staggered as blood gushed out. The giant with ancestral bloodline could easily uproot a mountain. His blood energy surged, and there were few in the same generation who could compete with him in strength. In the end, his arm was almost broken off by a single punch. This made him abnormally fearful of Chu Feng, and his heart was filled with dread. In the surroundings, many divine sons and saintesses wore cold expressions. They were full of hostility as they stared at Chu Feng. Seeing that he had come here alone, they had long since planned to hunt him down. In the blink of an eye, the temperature here plummeted as if it had been sealed in ice. Even the tender and glistening flower buds were withering and fluttering down like a rain of flowers. "All right, those who have come from afar are guests. Everyone, sit down." At this time, a man spoke. He was shrouded in mist and was somewhat indistinct, but many people were in awe of him. He was Fu Huang and had grasped the deity demon slaughtering record. This was a variation of the ultimate breathing technique, the deity breathing technique. It was incomparably powerful. As soon as his words were spoken, the atmosphere was immediately less tense. The divine sons and saintesses all gave him face. Within the white mist outside of Fu Huang's body, there were actually a few strands of primal chaos chi. It was like an abyss swallowing and spitting out heaven and earth energy. It was extremely terrifying. Chu Feng knew that this was one of the leading characters and was indeed unfathomable. In terms of strength, he had far surpassed the others and was an exceptionally dangerous character. Chu Feng sensed that the other party's overflowing energy was a bit odd. It was suspected that he had grasped an astonishing energy body construction method. There were fine symbols hidden in the white mist between his mouth and nose. Regardless of whether the other party had an outstanding bearing or was confident in his invincibility, he didn't care about anything else. At the very least, he hadn't attacked him yet. Chu Feng raised his cup with a smile and signaled to Fu Huang before drinking by himself. At this time, Zilwan got up. She really didn't have the face to continue lying down. It was unrealistic to continue pretending to be unconscious. As a saintess, how could she remain unconscious for such a long time? Chu Feng's face was full of smiles, and he said with great enthusiasm, "Come, sit beside me. Were you scared just now? Actually, don't think of me as such a bad person. I'm the kindest person. Let me put it this way. If anyone dares to have any ideas about you, I guarantee I won't beat him to death." Zilwan shivered. This demon was actually showing concern for her well-being. She simply couldn't stand such enthusiasm. However, after thinking about it carefully, she was somewhat proud. So what if he was a great demon? Wasn't he still treating her amiably and fawning over her? Evidently, Zielwan's Tsundere disease was acting up again. She viewed Chu Feng as one of her pursuers. She twisted her slender waist and snorted. She sat beside him and curled her lips. Hurry up and let me go. There are some things you don't know about. Seeing that your attitude isn't bad, I can tell you. My father is... Forget it, I won't say it. My brother is Zi Xiao, a genius of the immemorial temple. He has never been defeated. So you're saying that I can still raise the price when I sell you? Chu Feng's eyes were blazing, and he became increasingly enthusiastic. Come, speak slowly. Don't be afraid. Saintess Zielwan's hair stood on end in an instant. All of her arrogance and self-confidence disappeared. It turned out that this great demon was only treating her well in order to sell her and ensure that there would be no problems during the transaction. She was about to cry. Half of it was from fear, and the other half was from anger. After Chu Feng appeased Zielwan, he turned his gaze to the other evolvers. Among them, there were a few who caught his attention. Apart from Fu Huang, there was also a woman called Su Jing and a person called Yuan Mo. Both of them made him carefully observe and stare at them. In addition, there was a woman called Lan Shi. Her features were picturesque, and she was an outstanding beauty. It was as if she had walked out of a painting. She was extremely beautiful. Chu Feng was paying attention to her not only because of her beauty, but also because of her astonishing spiritual power. It was faintly discernible, almost tangible, and exceptionally powerful. In addition, Jiling's spiritual power was also very strong. It was like a small sun and was only slightly inferior to Lan Shi's. At this time, Zielwan saw that he was paying attention to Lan Shi. She immediately became spirited and said, Demon Chu, can you let me go? I'll recommend you a candidate. If you can really capture her, once you spread the news, the people who want to buy her will line up from one end of the starry sky to the other. After hearing this, Chu Feng revealed an astonished expression and said, It's that ridiculous. Yes, because she's a disciple of the immortal music Pure Land. She gained great popularity as soon as she made her debut. It's said that she has a voice like the sounds of nature. The hymns she sings are no small matter and can increase one's spiritual power. Now, she's already quite famous in the starry sky and is loved by some youngsters. Zielwan revealed the truth and informed him of the situation. In the cosmos, there were some evolutionary holy lands that specialized in studying sound waves. They harmonized with the spirit and stepped onto a different path. When they reached the pinnacle, their words were the law. For example, many incantations, divine words, and so on were created by their predecessors. It could be said that the people of this field were extremely terrifying. In this era, they harmonized with music and created even more extraordinary hymns. Their paths became wider and wider, and the people of this line became increasingly active. There were several holy lands. Whether it was the Heavenly Notes sect where Ji Ling came from, or the immortal music Pure Land where Lan Shi came from, they were both famous. This was especially true for Lan Shi. After her debut, her first concert attracted the attention of saints. After appraisal, it was found that she possessed a perfect heavenly voice. It was the voice that people of this line desired the most. The sound she emitted could resonate with the spirit and blend together. This kind of talent, whether it was for her own cultivation or singing hymns to enhance the spirit of others, had astonishing effects. In addition, Lan Shi's appearance was outstanding. She possessed a beauty that could captivate even birds and beasts, and a beauty that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. As a result, she became a rising star as soon as she debuted. As long as she sang hymns, there would be no empty seats. Her popularity was astonishing, and every time, she would sell out the tickets in advance. Of course, this was also a kind of cultivation for her. She could borrow the vigorous spirit flames of the crowd during her concert to temper her own spirit. It was extremely beneficial for both herself and others. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. If this was placed on Earth, she would be a singer and one with enormous potential. It was obvious that Lan Shi had sensed his gaze. In fact, She had always been observing Chu Feng. Seeing his gaze so fiery, she secretly curled her lips, but on the surface she smiled sweetly. Chu Feng felt that if this launcher were to be sold, he would certainly be able to exchange for an even more astonishing secret book. Ever since he received the world's end near at hand, he had tasted the sweetness of success. He wanted to come to this island to carry out a hunt, suppress those divine sons and saintesses who originally wanted to deal with him, and then sell them all. He had already planned to become a notorious human trafficker in the near future. Launcher asked him why he was smiling so happily. Chu Feng replied earnestly. With a deadpan expression, he said, "I'm a groupie. I'm too happy to see Fairy Launcher." Ziluan silently cursed. She was extremely disdainful. A groupie? He wanted to hunt down a celebrity, right? This human trafficker definitely wanted to hunt down the new star of the immortal music Pure Land. At this moment, Fu Huang opened his mouth and chatted with Chu Feng for a bit. He wasn't angry, and everything was very calm and natural. Chapter 494. This kind of tone was extraordinarily insolent. Looking down on him and wanting Chu Feng to die, it was truly conceited to a certain extent. Although the one who had said this was a young god from the Ten Greats, and Fu Huang was only in charge of passing on the message, he was also suggesting that Chu Feng should choose a graveyard. This reflected his own opinion. Fu Huang said, "Brother Chu, I indeed don't look favorably upon you. If a young god wants you to die, I reckon you have no hope at all. You should make the arrangements as soon as possible." However, he further emphasized that he was only passing on the message. Everything was said by that young god, and it was that young god's attitude. Everyone was shaken. What did it mean for a young god from the Ten Greats to speak? Perhaps Chu Feng really had no way out. Who could afford to provoke the Ten Greats? It had been constant since ancient times. This orthodoxy was supreme and untouchable normally. A direct descendant of the Ten Greats had a terrifying background. He was like a giant dragon appearing in the sky, occasionally appearing and looking down on the ground. This time, he had his eyes on a prey on the ground and was going to kill him. For many people, the distance was too far and there was no interaction between them. But this time, this giant dragon in the sky, a young god, actually found Chu Feng to be an eyesore and publicly spoke like this. It was obvious that there was absolutely no room for redemption. If Chu Feng didn't die, what face would the young god who had spoken have left? Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. Previously, they had thought that Chu Feng was powerful and domineering, like a great devil. But now, it seemed that he was going to die soon. It was somewhat pitiful. Compared to the young gods of the Ten Greats, it was really unfair. To these people, Chu Feng was a tragedy, and his ending was already decided. Even if Chu Feng was a clay sculpture or a wooden sculpture, he still had some worldly aura. A so-called young god dared to say that he wanted him to die. You go talk to him. He's nothing. Tell him to scram as far away as his sister's distracting thoughts can go. Not satisfied? Tell him to come find me on Earth, and I'll slap him to death. Chu Feng had spoken. He had never been one to be bullied, not to mention that the so-called young god had publicly asked him to die. What was there to be polite about? Even if he wasn't a match for him, according to his style, he would definitely not lower his head in humiliation. Moreover, under such circumstances, even if he gave in, the young god would still want him dead, which would be even more frustrating. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chu Feng had spoken so fiercely. Was he going to fight to the death with this young god? How many years had it been? The passage of time had almost covered those old matters with dust. There had been many eras where no one dared to challenge the direct descendants of the 10 strongest greats, because the difficulty was too great. Fu Huang was very calm, as if he had expected such a reaction. The others, on the other hand, weren't calm. They were all whispering and discussing. This was a major event, and they were really looking forward to that young deity coming to Earth. They wanted to see just how dazzling he was. If that's the case, then there's no room for reconciliation. It should be that there's no way out, Zilwanxin said in a fluster. It could be seen just how pessimistic she was about Chu Feng. As for the others, their opinions were even more one-sided, and they were much more intense than Zilwanxin. Some people revealed strange expressions and looked at Chu Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Previously, there were still people who were unconvinced and held strong hostility towards him, but now they actually couldn't muster up that kind of ruthlessness. They were just waiting to see the followers of the 10 Greats obliterate Chu Feng. Yes, they didn't think that the young god would have too many interactions with Chu Feng. After thinking about it carefully, such a character shouldn't appear, and there would be someone to help him settle everything. Behind the young god, not only were there many old monsters standing as his Tao protectors, but there were also stunning figures of the same generation who were his followers. They protected him and never abandoned him. In the outside world, a young man with that kind of qualifications would definitely be considered a heaven-bestowed genius. Ordinary evolvers were far from being able to compare to him. You can get away with offending the saints because they can't descend on this planet, but that young god doesn't have such a restriction. As long as he wants to, he can cross over. Among evolvers of the same level, that kind of person is a god, a ruler who can't be defeated. Someone said. Chu Feng sighed faintly and looked at the jade sea outside the island. Some people revealed strange expressions, thinking that he had sensed the seriousness of the situation. Unfortunately, you can't lower your head even if you want to. It's too late. That young god can't take back what he said, someone ridiculed. Chu Feng sighed lightly again and said, "How many of the direct descendants of the 10 Greats do I have to kill to make them behave?" In an instant, many people were petrified. He was sighing over there. It wasn't because he was worried, but because he was thinking about something else. Back then, it wasn't like no one killed them to make them lower their heads and admit defeat. Why can't I do it? Chu Feng opened his mouth and asked in a very normal manner. He simply didn't take such a big matter to heart. Everyone had strange expressions on their faces. How big was his understanding? In an instant, people thought of a name, Yao Yao. Some time ago, the golden account, Yao Yao Becomes Immortal, had been reactivated on the Origin Beast platform. Some of the veils of the past had been lifted, and it had caused a huge sensation. It was reported that this was a woman who had stunned an era. Her peers from the 10 Greats had no choice but to lower their heads. She looked disdainfully at the starry skies and suppressed all her opponents with her resplendent radiance. Don't think that you have Yao Yao's graceful bearing. There's only one such person who was born in the most glorious era of this planet. And you were born in the darkest period of this planet. From nurturing to resources to invincible environment, you're far inferior. The hidden glory can no longer be replicated. So people shook their heads. Moreover, they were relatively neutral. They didn't have any enmity toward Chu Feng, but they didn't think he could create a miracle. In reality, any normal person wouldn't think that a second Yao Yao could appear. For some of the proud sons of heaven, one was enough to illuminate that era. In later generations, especially in the worst period of the earth, it would be too difficult to replicate another one. There's only one way for you to survive. Seek refuge with that young god's opponent. Tao children and proud sons of heaven from the 10 Greats will most likely be willing to protect you. Ziluan suggested. She wanted Chu Feng to consider her contributions and let her go. Don't worry about it. Chu Feng shot her a glance and said, "Do you know the name of my account on the Origin Beast platform?" At this time, normal people didn't think highly of him. Only he himself seemed to be very unreliable and blindly confident. That was because from a practical point of view, as long as it was a normal person, they would feel that he was bound to lose and die. There was no advantage to speak of. Lansher laughed and said, "Golden account. Invincible is so lonesome." Last time, Chu Feng had revealed himself in the starry skies for the first time. He had passionately sung that invincible song on the Origin Beast platform and caused a huge sensation. At that time, Invincible is so lonesome had been simply sung by Chu Feng. It had become a complete mess and made even someone like Lan Shi, who had a heavenly voice, feel pressured. After this interruption, The topic just now had been changed. Finally, this place was once again filled with all kinds of voices and didn't fall into the strange circle of incomparable reverence for the 10 greats. During this process, Chu Feng discovered that Fu Huang was very calm from beginning to end. Even when that young god was mentioned, he was still calm and unperturbed. That's because he has confidence. The deity demon slaughtering record was born from the ultimate technique, the deity breathing technique. His ancestors originated from the 10 greats. Zilwan informed him in a low voice. Moreover, Chu Feng also learned who the young god who had told him to die was. It was a young master of the deity race who had grasped the ultimate breathing technique. From ancient times until now, they were one of the 10 strongest races. This race considered themselves deities. One could imagine how glorious and terrifying they were. At this time, Chu Feng discovered that the number of people who came to communicate with him had unexpectedly increased. There were even people who asked to take photos with him. Meanwhile, the group of people who were hostile were all quiet. He felt that it was inexplicable. Brother Chu, I hope you can persevere and live a little longer. If you can force that supreme young master of the deity race to personally come to this planet to attack you, that couldn't be better. In the future, when I take photos with you, I'll have the capital to show off to others. Hearing this, Chu Feng patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. In the future, you'll feel how correct your vision is. My radiance will shine upon you one day. That person said awkwardly, What I mean is, if you can persevere until the young master of the deity race personally comes to kill you, even if you die an honorable death. Although it's only a photo with you and not the young god himself, there is still some connection after all. Your grandpa, Scram. Chu Feng was furious. After messing around for so long, he was actually just a background wall for that young master of the deity race, a failure that served as a foil to his glory. From this, one could see how terrifying the 10 greats were. Every word and action of the young master of the deity race had such great influence. This person became increasingly embarrassed. Then he saw Chu Feng take out a notebook and write something. Brother Chu, what are you doing? I'm writing down your name and looking for an opportunity to sell you later. Chu Feng replied. This person's face immediately turned green. Damn it, he had forgotten about this. He was only thinking about this demon being slaughtered by the young master of the deity race. He had forgotten about his notorious reputation and the recent matter of selling divine sons and saintesses. Don't. You can't be so vengeful, this person said hurriedly. Chu Feng didn't pay attention to him. He used this opportunity to take out a notebook and record continuously. He was looking for divine sons and saintesses who were hostile to him. He was prepared to suppress, abduct, and sell them all once the battle started. If people knew of his cruel decision, they would probably be unable to eat or sleep in peace. Harvesting the exceptional chapter, so close, yet world apart, allowed Chu Feng to taste the sweetness. He had come here to be a human trafficker. Even with the crisis of the deity race, he didn't give up on this main business. During this period, Chu Feng and Lan Shi were conversing enthusiastically. Zilwan saw clearly that this guy's eyes were shining. He wanted to kidnap her. She was really looking forward to the consequences of Chu Feng kidnapping a rising star whose name could shake the starry skies. Once she was taken away by Chu Feng to be auctioned, or if he was so cruel as to keep her, she wondered what would happen. This pampered and arrogant girl was somewhat two-faced now. She hoped that Lan Shi would be kidnapped and cause great waves in the starry skies. She wished for the whole world to be in chaos. During this period, Chu Feng also chatted a bit with Fu Huang. Contrary to his expectations, although this person was very strong and was related to the deity race, he was very gentle and it didn't make him feel disgusted. Chu Feng said, Brother Fu, the word Huang in your name can be said to be very good. It has the power to cross the years and suppress the past and present. It is vigorous, magnificent, and tyrannical. Fu Huang was baffled. How could Huang explain it like this? Chu Feng patted his shoulder again and said, Unfortunately, you added the word Fu in front of the word Huang. the divine essence is greatly reduced, and it destroys the artistic conception. You might not have a good end. Even though Fu Huang was very indifferent and had always been without joy or worry at this moment, his face darkened slightly. He turned around and left. Lan Shi smiled faintly. Her ocean blue dress dragged on the grassy ground like a blue divine flower blooming. She was alluring and beautiful, and her smile could topple cities. She said, "Brother Chu, you still don't know. Divine Son Fu Huang is about to fight Yuan Mo. It's a bit inauspicious for you to say such things now." Among these people, Fu Huang, Su Jing, and Yuan Mo were the strongest. Lan Shi and Ji Ling's spiritual power was the most astonishing. The divine son Fu Huang was actually going to fight Yuan Mo. This caused a sensation. However, people immediately felt relieved. The Fu Huang race's breathing technique was born from the deity breathing technique. In the end, it was named the deity demon slaughtering record. This in itself had long since explained the problem. They had a great enmity with the demon race. Unfortunately, this battle wasn't open to the public, and no one was allowed to watch. The two fought fiercely in the distant sea, stirring up sky-high waves and not allowing others to approach. The others were easy to deal with. They played their part and didn't dare disturb them. Even Su Jing was very quiet and didn't go to watch the battle. Chu Feng naturally wanted to see to the end. In the end, he left the island and chased after them on the surface of the sea. He wanted to see the two's methods. Unfortunately, he came too late. Although this battle was very intense, it didn't last long. That was because the two went all out and used their most powerful methods. They used their trump cards right from the start. Originally, it would have taken a long time to decide the victor, but in the end, they both saw blood in a moment, and the battle came to an end. Fu Huang won, but there were many bloody wounds on his body. He was seriously injured and unfit to fight again. As for Yuan Mo, his face was pale, and his injuries were even more severe. He swayed as he walked on the surface of the sea and almost fell into the sea several times. "Brother Yuan Mo, are you all right?" Chu Feng rushed over. From the viewpoint that evolvers who weren't on good terms with the deity race were friends, he was expressing his goodwill. "Scram, whatever I do, it's not your turn to approach me. You're not worthy." Yuan Mo's words caused Chu Feng's expression to sink. He was expressing his goodwill and wanted to get close to the other party. In the end, this Yuan Mo was extremely wild and his eyes were cold. He turned a blind eye to his olive branch and even spoke such nonsense to humiliate Chu Feng. Then, the battle immediately broke out. Perhaps it couldn't be called a battle. Yuan Mo was seriously injured and his life was in danger. He staggered as he walked, and it was truly tragic for him to encounter the infuriated Chu Feng. He was suppressed and almost killed. On the island, many people entered the sea and were dumbstruck when they saw the battle scene in front of them. It was simply unbelievable. Wasn't this the battle between Fu Huang and Yuan Mo? But in front of them, Chu Feng was beating Yuan Mo and chasing him all the way. Blood was splattering everywhere. For a moment, everyone felt dizzy. Chapter 495. Yuan Mo was a black-haired young expert. His eyes were like those of a ferocious beast, wild and untamed. He was shockingly famous in the outer realms. He had once used a drop of demonic blood to kill a divine son, charged into a planet alone, and subdued all the natives. At such a young age, he already possessed an elemental star. He had even made a bet with some saint children and won against a group of them, thus shaking the starry skies. The impression of him was that he was wild, unfeeling, and powerful. In the eyes of many, he was undefeatable. Even Fu Huang, who possessed a variant of the ultimate breathing technique, the deity demon slaughtering record, and was known as the divine son of heaven, couldn't kill Yuan Mo. The two had sparred several times, but they were evenly matched. However, what did the people see now? Yuan Mo was in a miserable state, being beaten up. That's right, this was no longer a battle, but a one-sided beating. Yuan Mo, known as the heaven-bestowed demonic son, was bleeding from his nose and mouth. His eyes were swollen and bruised, and blood was constantly spurting out of his mouth. He staggered back without any power to retaliate. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt that it was too strange. This was very unreal and too surreal. That was Yuan Mo, a person who could suppress and kill groups of elites of the same generation. But now it was simply being abused like a dog. Bang! Chu Feng kicked out and sent Yuan Mo flying several kilometers away like a sandbag. He smashed into the surface of the sea and kicked up a 300-meter wave. Native! Yuan Mo was about to go crazy. This was simply a disgrace. He had been beaten up so violently that his heart was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were bloodshot. Stupid your grandpa! Chu Feng roared. He leapt several kilometers away and swooped down from the sky, smashing his fist into the sea. Boom! The seawater was sinking, and the surface of the sea within several kilometers became a vast expanse of whiteness. It was compressed downwards and then burned. With a loud bang, it exploded, almost exposing the bottom of the sea. Although Yuan Mo did his best to resist, he was still suppressed to the bottom of the sea. His whole body was bleeding and his skin was covered in cracks. In the end, he rushed to the surface with great difficulty. He had suffered a heavy blow and spat out a dozen mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were fierce as he said, "You dare humiliate me. So what if I humiliate you?" Chu Feng rushed over. Without another word, he lifted another leg and stepped on Primogenitor Demon. Yuan Mo was so enraged that he was about to explode. The other party actually dared to step on him with one foot. This was looking down on him. However, he truly didn't dare to face the attack head-on. He shifted his body to the side and did his best to evade. This was because when he and Fu Huang fought, both of them were heavily injured, so he didn't want to fight head-on. Bang! In the end, when the foot stomped down, he wasn't able to completely avoid it. His entire body was sent flying, and he once again fell head first into the ocean, his entire body covered in blood. Everyone was shocked. Was Chu Feng trying to defy the heavens? He suppressed Primogenitor Demon single-handedly. That's scary. It's unimaginable. Chu Feng took care of Yuan Mo. Yuan Mo, known as the Fiend Heir with rare talent. His demonic arts have long achieved small success and can suppress the various saints. How could he be defeated just like that? The people were in an uproar. They had heard of all kinds of legends about Yuan Mo and his glorious battle achievements, but now he was being beaten up. It was really not as good as his reputation. Everyone knew how powerful Fu Huang was. Was Yuan Mo, who was as famous as him, so weak? Some of Yuan Mo's bones were broken, and he crawled out of the ocean with difficulty. After hearing such words, he immediately spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He felt truly sullen. Was everyone saying that he had been defeated? His heart was filled with fire. He was sure that if it was a fair battle, there was no way he would lose. Chu Feng, do you still have any shame? You took advantage of my perilous situation and attacked me when my energy was exhausted after my fierce battle with Fu Huang. What kind of ability is that? If you're a character, then fight me fair and square, roared Yuan Mo. He was really anxious now. If this went on, he would be beaten to death. That native was ruthlessly taking care of him with such a goal in mind. Everyone suddenly understood what was going on and let out a long sigh. Otherwise, they would have been scared out of their wits. That was Yuan Mo, and he was being beaten up. You really talk a lot of nonsense. A defeat is a defeat, and being slapped by me is a slap. This is reality. Why are you looking for excuses? Said Chu Feng. He put on a cool look and pretended to be deep in thought. Yuan Mo spat out blood again. This native was using him to increase his achievements. It was obvious that he was deliberately belittling him and elevating himself. After his battle with Fu Huang, he staggered and was crazily attacked by this native. How could he be a match for him? He was much weaker than when he was at his peak. You really deserve to die. Blood flowed from the corner of Yuan Mo's mouth, and his eyes were cold. You're the one who deserves to die. Chu Feng looked angry and was even angrier than Yuan Mo. He swooped down again and chased after Yuan Mo to beat him up. Blood flowed from his head, and several of his sternum were broken. In the end, he flew into the sky like a rag bag and fell back into the sea. Not long ago, Chu Feng had greeted Yuan Mo and expressed his goodwill. In the end, he was humiliated and told to scram, saying that he wasn't qualified to approach him. But now the change was astonishing. Seeing that Yuan Mo was fleeing desperately and wanted to leave this place, Chu Feng shouted, "I'll break your dog legs." Then he did just that. He swooped down into the sea and smashed a brass pillar as thick as a bucket. The dragon-locking pillar. At Yuan Mo, bang, 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 Chu Feng struck with a deadly blow. At this moment, Yuan Mo let out a blood-curdling scream. Even though he was a hero, he wanted to curse and curse at this barbaric native. Not only had Yuan Mo's legs been broken, but his ribs and arms were also limp. He had suffered heavy injuries and all of his bones were broken. He really broke his dog legs. Yuan Mo is so miserable. Both his legs have been broken and he can't escape even if he wants to. This Demon King Chu is really savage. The group of people exclaimed in shock. Why don't you guys think about it carefully? One is called Yuan Mo, and the other is called Demon King Chu. The latter is obviously the leader of the demons. Yuan Mo will definitely be in big trouble if he meets him, someone explained forcefully. Yuan Mo was going crazy. He had once hunted down a vital planet that was much stronger than the current Earth. He had hunted down large numbers of visualization realm beings and finally harvested a star, becoming a legend. He sang triumphantly along the way and faced other divine sons and saintesses. As long as he wanted to, he could certainly capture or kill them. He had never been so miserable in his life. This time, he severed his own cultivation and crossed over to Earth in order to find the primordial true demon scripture in some ruins. In the end, he was about to be blown up by a native before he could succeed. "Ah!" he screamed. "What the hell are you screaming for? If you scream again, I'll sell you off immediately," Chu Feng threatened. The final result was that Chu Feng carried the heavily injured Yuan Mo back to the Peach Blossom Grove. This was truly a fierce mess. A dignified demonic son had suffered a calamity just like that. The Peach Blossom Grove was filled with falling cherry blossoms. Yuan Mo's hair was disheveled as he was thrown under a peach tree by Chu Feng. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed when they looked at him. This was too cruel. He had tormented Yuan Mo to such a state. It was truly terrifying. Zilwan was originally elated because she had struck up a relationship with Fu Huang. Her brother, Zi Xiao, was a genius of the Immemorial Palace and had met Fu Huang a few times. Fu Huang had already promised to help her. He wouldn't let her be bullied anymore and would stand up for her. Zilwan hadn't gone to watch the battle just now and didn't know the situation. It was only now that she saw Chu Feng return like this and take care of Yuan Mo. She immediately became listless. After that, she obediently left Fu Huang and walked towards Chu Feng. "Don't worry, I'll tell him," Fu Huang said. "No need. Yuan Mo is already in such a miserable state. He'll definitely be sold. Big brother Fu Huang, don't get involved. If he finds an excuse to capture you and then sell you off, I'll feel guilty." Zilwan's words made Fu Huang dumbfounded. Was he really that unbearable? How preposterous! However, after seeing Yuan Mo's current situation, Fu Huang decisively shut up. He had to recuperate first. If he were to fail miserably in an easy task, it would be rather tragic for him. There was an uproar on the island. Those who hadn't gone to watch the battle just now were quite shocked. Seeing Yuan Mo's fate, many people's hearts were pounding and they felt very uneasy. "Chu Feng, if you're a man, let me go. When I recover, we'll have a fair battle," Yuan Mo said through gritted teeth. "You're already a prisoner, yet you still dare to talk back to me. You're asking for a beating." After saying that, Chu Feng gave Yuan Mo a good beating. He pressed down on Yuan Mo and beat him with all his might. The crowd was petrified. It was said that a warrior could be killed but not humiliated, but Chu Feng was bullying you without any discussion. Who cared if you were Yuan Mo or anyone else? He would beat you up first without any discussion. "Chu Feng, you'll bring disaster to yourself and the planet behind you by treating me like this. Do you know who I am? A demon son like me has been humiliated. Those demons won't let you off. Yuan Mo said. Noisy, Chu Feng gave him a slap and immediately logged into the Origin Beast platform to sell Yuan Mo. As he saw it, this bad-tempered and stubborn fellow was simply good for nothing. But it would be a pity to kill him just like that. It would be better to sell him for secret manuals, which could be considered an effective use. Chu Feng complained, Look at you. First, you're not good-looking, and second, you have such a bad temper. You definitely won't sell for a good price. Before long, the Origin Beast platform was in an uproar. Chu Feng appeared and posted that he wanted to sell a useless captive. In the end, the truth came to light. The person being sold was actually Yuan Mo, a demon son and a heaven-bestowed genius. At such a young age, he had already conquered a low-level planet by himself, killed many visualization-level entities, and turned it into his own planet. Although Yuan Mo was very young, his reputation was already very resounding. Dear heavens, Yuan Mo has been sold. This is too tragic. What can I say? Is this Demon King Chu going to defy the heavens? Chu Feng knew from experience that saintesses were easy to sell and divine sons weren't that expensive. They weren't sought after, so he felt that Yuan Mo wouldn't be worth that much either. Who would have thought that in the end, many people would ask about the price? Chu Feng, brother, let's discuss this. I won't buy Yuan Mo, but I can give you a book on the energy form analysis of the spider lilies. I only have one request, and that is for you to beat Yuan Mo up in front of everyone. Beat him until he cries for his parents. Chu Feng was somewhat dazed after hearing this. Could be done like this? This Yuan Mo was truly hateful. There was actually someone who made such a request and was willing to use secret manuals in exchange for beating him up. Brother Chu, I also want to do this. I'm willing to give you a secret manual of the Imperial Sword Technique if you knock out all of Yuan Mo's teeth. Chu Feng nodded decisively and happily agreed. Then, he carefully looked at the messages and immediately laughed. Yuan Mo was truly hateful. A considerable number of people had left similar requests. Yuan Mo was furious and ashamed. He said furiously, If I hang you up, you'll be even worse than me. You'll anger both men and gods. Chapter 496. Chu Feng was puzzled after hearing this. He asked Jiluan beside him, Do you think so? Although Saintess Jiluan was afraid of him, she nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said, Of course. Humans and gods are angered, and the heavens cannot tolerate it. They should be struck by lightning. Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at her. How great was her resentment? She had already begun to curse him just by asking him a question. As such, he calmly instructed, Sing. I won't sing. Saintess Jiluan's face was full of shame and indignation. Last time, she had truly lost face. She had been scared to tears by him, and had transformed into her true form, singing, I'm a little bird, as she fled. She was still singing now. She was somewhat terrified. Chu Feng glared at her with a murderous look in his eyes. He then kicked Yuan Mo, who had been thrown to the side, and said, You sing for me too. Bah! Yuan Mo was furious. This was preposterous. He was a demonic sun-level character. If he was forced to sing, how would he have the face to live? He might as well bang his head against the ground and die. Not singing? Then just beat him to death. Chu Feng shouted. He then decisively contacted the people on the Origin Beast platform. Those who wanted to watch a live broadcast of Yuan Mo being beaten up could pay. He would let Yuan Mo cooperate and dedicate himself to this group of people. Hey, brother, didn't we agree? I'll give you the analysis of the red spider lilies, and you beat Yuan Mo up in public. One must be honest. Someone was dissatisfied. Yuan Mo gritted his teeth. He had actually found out the true bodies of some people and said, Zhao Yuan, you bastard. You were defeated by me, and you're not a match for me. How dare you humiliate me like this? Chu Feng corrected him and said, Don't call him bastard. If you want to scold someone, just say, Junta egg. For example, Zhao Yuan, you Junta egg. In the starry skies, everyone was speechless. Many people were laughing and muttering. Imperceptibly, the ancient Saint June Tuaw had been implicated once again. Who had he provoked? This time, he really didn't make things difficult for Chu Feng. It was obvious that the native was attacking him. Sure enough, countless light years away, Saint June Tuaw, who was currently paying attention to Chu Feng, had a stupefied expression on his face. Then, it immediately darkened. He felt that he was really unlucky. Yuan Mo was corrected and warned. This was the first time he felt convinced. Although this native was a good-for-nothing and had tortured him like this, he had to admit that he was too bold. He had insulted the saint again and again, but he was still alive and kicking. Chu Feng said, "Everyone, have you thought about it? Whoever wants to watch the live broadcast, I'll personally beat up Essence Demon. The price is absolutely fair. If you want to watch, hurry up and pay up." The peach blossom forest was suffused with a pink glow and a sweet fragrance. However, it was very quiet. No one was talking or drinking. They were all looking at him, trying to usurp the host position as a human trafficker and a hired thug for the live broadcast. All right, let's start with the program preview. Watch carefully. As Chu Feng spoke, he swung his fist and smashed it into Yuan Mo's left and right eye sockets. His already bruised and swollen eyes became even more unbearable, turning into a panda with black circles. All right, I'll sign up. In a while, beat Yuan Mo until even his mother can't recognize him. I'll pay 1,000 universe dollars. I'll do it too. I must beat Yuan Mo up. This bastard stole a golden grass that I found and seriously injured me. I couldn't get out of bed for a month. Brother Chu Feng, I'll pay 3,000 universe dollars. Don't be lenient. Beat him up as hard as you can. I'll pay 5,000 universe dollars to break Yuan Mo's nose bridge and beat his head into a dog's. The Origin Beast platform was in an uproar. It was unknown how many people were shouting. Their demands were each more ruthless than the last. Yuan Mo's face turned green when he heard this. What kind of people were these? Although he knew that he had many enemies, he didn't expect them to be everywhere. Many people wanted to throw money at him to cripple him. The most hateful thing was that these enemies could watch the live broadcast. Chu Feng also had a strange expression on his face. He stared at Yuan Mo and said, "Your popularity is too poor. Did you see that?" I just casually raised my arm and called for help, and a large number of people responded. Hey, what did I see? Someone offered me 10,000 universe dollars to beat you up. Yuan Mo was furious and said, "If it were me, I'd be beating you up live. I guarantee it would be even more popular." Chu Feng didn't believe it and posted the news on the Origin Beast platform. In the end, someone directly said that if they could see Yuan Mo beating Chu Feng up, they would directly invest 1 million. Chu Feng was dumbfounded after hearing this. Was there a need to be so ruthless? Which tycoon had he offended? Then, he flew into a rage and said, F***CK, your grandpa? I'll remember such a gold account. I'll definitely beat you up in the future. Then he asked Yuan Mo, "Do you know him?" "Hey, that's not right. This person is a woman. What's her background? What's her relationship with you?" "It's none of your business." Yuan Mo was stubborn and spat at Chu Feng the moment he opened his mouth. Chu Feng didn't say anything and directly kicked him twice. Then, he asked Zilwan who this little Lotus Reveal's Sharphorn was. In the end, he unexpectedly found that Zilwan's face was full of excitement. She crossed her hands and looked at little Lotus Reveal's Sharphorn's message. "This is my idol, a talented woman of a generation. Moreover, she's already undefeated in 1,000 matches on the Origin Beast platform. She's been winning all the time." Zilwan shouted excitedly. To hell with a talented woman. Chu Feng cursed silently. Then, he didn't understand why Zilwan was so excited. Then, he saw that the people around him were all very excited. A group of divine sons and saintesses were all like this. This was rare. It seemed that he had indeed encountered a famous person. Isn't it just 1,000 slaughter? What's the big deal? Chu Feng said to himself. What 1,000 slaughter? That's too unpleasant to hear. You don't understand. Her brilliance is incomparable. Zilwan said excitedly. Chu Feng ferociously knocked her forehead and said, "What are you so excited about? Behave yourself. In a while, when I beat up Yuan Mo, you'll sing for me on the side." Then, he consulted Lan Shi, who wasn't far away, and said, "Fairy Lan, how many cosmic dollars is a ticket for an ordinary concert?" "From a few hundred to a few thousand. There are also special seats that are as high as tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of cosmic dollars." Lan Shi replied with a smile. She was young and beautiful. Her long blue dress dragged on the ground, setting off her even more beautiful in this peach forest. So that's how it is. Chu Feng had a plan in his heart. Then he offered 2,000 cosmic dollars for an admission ticket and quickly set up a pay-per-view channel. In a moment, Chu Feng's eyes were wide open. Then his fingers trembled slightly. The number of people entering was too astonishing. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 500,000 people. After arriving here, his golden account had already received 1 billion cosmic dollars. Was this a robbery? This was simply robbery. Even Ziyuan opened her eyes wide in shock. She was sure that she wasn't mistaken. "Looks like you're too hateful. How many people can you know in total in your life? But there are so many people who wanted to beat you up. You're such a failure as a person," Chu Feng commented. Yuan Mo was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had offended a lot of people, but couldn't be this many. They were definitely blindly following and just wanted to watch the show. He comforted himself this way. "Start broadcasting, start broadcasting," someone shouted. Chu Feng was very serious and incomparably dedicated. He said, "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, then I'll start. I guarantee that everyone will be satisfied." Then he unleashed his old fists and madly beat up Yuan Mo. For a moment, Yuan Mo's hair stood up in anger and his head was about to burn. He was really being beaten up and being broadcasted. He was simply furious. During this process, the number of people was still increasing. Chu Feng glanced at the scene and saw that there were actually close to 1 million people in the arena. This really made him short of breath. In the future, he definitely wouldn't sell divine sons and saintesses. He would capture them and give them a beating. This was more worth it than anything else. He glanced at Ziyuan while beating up Yuan Mo. He was thinking about whether or not he should add another round to beat up the saintess. Ziyuan's hair immediately stood on end. Being swept by such a gaze gave her a sense of horror. Yuan Mo roared furiously. His whole body was covered in blood, and he was extremely sullen. In the peach forest, everyone was dumbfounded. They could be considered to be watching the live broadcast for free. At the same time, they were staring fixedly at the number of people online. Only Lan Shi was very calm. Her expression was calm as she looked at the millions of people online. It was as if she was a magus meeting a minor witch. In the end, the number of people stabilized at about 1 million and didn't increase anymore. That was because there were people pirating outside and directly broadcasting it. The people behind no longer entered. For a moment, the Origin Beast platform was shaken. All kinds of shocking titles could be found everywhere. Yuan Mo is being whipped by millions of evolvers. Demon King Chu and Yuan Mo are in a love-hate relationship. Chu Feng paid no attention to these. He was concentrating on calculating. 1 million people had entered, and the ticket price was 2,000 cosmic dollars per person. Then his breathing became hurried. In such a short time, he had earned 2 billion cosmic dollars. The effects were so heaven-defying that he decided it was necessary to add another round. "Everyone, after this round, we have a second round," Chu Feng informed. Yuan Mo was almost angered to death after hearing this. His body was full of injuries and his bones were all broken. He then immediately fainted. "Ziyuan, what are you standing there for? Sing." Chu Feng glared at her and asked her to join in. She was truly afraid after seeing Yuan Mo knocked out. She suspected that Chu Feng would also give her a round in a while. As such, she was trembling and extremely cooperative. "I'm a little birdie." At the immemorial temple, her brother Zishao was originally watching to his heart's content. In the end, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw her randomly entering and singing this song. "Haha, why is this Tsundra singing Little Birdie again?" The others on the Origin Beast platform also roared with laughter. Wrong, it's not this song. Do you think it's appropriate? I'm soaring with martial prowess here. You should sing how lonely it is to be unrivaled to set me off. Chu Feng warned. How big of a face was this? How thick? Everyone was speechless. Ziluan braced herself and continued singing until everything was finally over. 2 billion cosmic dollars. Chu Feng felt dizzy. He felt that if he went on like this, he could buy those peerless secret texts in the future. As such, he decided to join in. However, Yuan Mo was at his last gasp and was about to die. Who has a life-saving pill? Hurry up and save him. I'll definitely reward you handsomely, said Chu Feng. People thought he had found his conscience. In the end, they all felt dizzy and mourned for Yuan Mo after learning that he was going to join in. However, Chu Feng asked on the Origin Beast platform. People didn't really care about the additional round and only wanted to see something new. Someone contacted Chu Feng on the Origin Beast platform. Brother Chu, I'll give you a suggestion. Aren't there many divine sons and saintesses on the island you're on? Not far from you is Lan Shi. She's a rising star in the universe and is destined to be very popular. She can lend you a helping hand. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at the nearby Lan Shi. He then nodded and said, that makes sense. Beating Lan Shi in a live broadcast will definitely produce better results than beating Yuan Mo on the Origin Beast platform. The person who had suggested this to Chu Feng was immediately dumbfounded. He then cried out, you're truly an evil creature. I only wanted to suggest that you cooperate with Lan Shi in a live broadcast. She's a star to begin with. Yes, the idea of beating a star in a live broadcast isn't wrong. You're too creative. Chu Feng nodded solemnly to express his gratitude. Chapter 497. On the island, the green grass was like a cushion. Fresh and tender flowers were hanging on the old peach branches, spraying out auspicious red clouds. As the warm wind blew, the petals fell in pieces, swaying with a sparkling radiance. There was a sweet fragrance everywhere. On such an auspicious, tranquil, and aesthetically pleasing island, some elegant things should have happened, but now it had become a wretched land for beating up cosmic geniuses. Yuan Mo was covered in blood as he lay under an old peach tree. Ziluan's little face was deathly pale. She was afraid that the next round would be her turn to be beaten up. That scene was simply unimaginable. Chu Feng's face was full of smiles. It was extremely brilliant, and he would glance at Lan Shi from time to time. He was fairly satisfied, but that smile was somewhat evil. Fairy Lan, run quickly. That Demon King Chu is preparing to beat you up in a live broadcast. In the starry skies, someone transmitted a warning to Lan Shi. This news spread through the grapevine and caused the Origin Beast platform to boil over. The people were in an uproar. They simply didn't dare believe it. Immediately, there were people who loudly condemned and berated Chu Feng as a madman. There were also a large number of evolvers who let out wolf howls. They were incomparably excited and agitated. They urgently wanted to see Demon King Chu really dare to act out of line and capture that cosmic star. That's a disciple of the immortal music Pure Land, a rising star in the music world. He's destined to be famous throughout the starry skies. He really dares. Demon King Chu's character is too evil, but I like it. Hurry up and capture that rising star who's about to become famous throughout the universe. Let's do a live broadcast. Last time I crossed the galaxy just to see Fairy Lan Shi's concert. In the end, the tickets had long since been sold out and I didn't see anything. Today I'll have a feast for my eyes. Demon King Chu, you dare blaspheme my goddess? I'll beat you to death. Chu Feng hadn't taken any action, but the Origin Beast platform was already filled with wolf howls. Of course, there were also many people cursing him. It was a scene of chaos. On the island, peach blossoms danced in the air, sparkling and translucent. Originally, Lan Shi was detached from matter. Her expression was gentle and calm, and she wore a faint smile no matter who she was facing. It was extremely sweet. However, at this moment, her expression changed because the photon computer flashed. Many familiar people were warning her. In an instant, she knew what was going on. At her level, she was destined to become a star in the universe. Once she performed, wherever she went, there would definitely be people turning up. If she was socializing, she would definitely go in and out of the mansions of saints, and the people she befriended were the Taoists of the strongest orthodoxies, the successors to the throne, and so on. Therefore, she was very mindful of her image. Even if she retired in the future, with her fame throughout the starry sky, she would definitely marry into a wealthy family and become the Tao companion of the son of Saint. Now, suddenly hearing that the demon in front of her wanted to target her, a divine light suddenly streaked across the depths of Lan Shi's beautiful eyes. In reality, Chu Feng was currently at a loss. Although he had those thoughts in his heart, he was truly embarrassed to make a move. After all, Lan Shi hadn't provoked him yet. If he was as wild as Yuan Mo and asked Chu Feng to scram the moment he saw him, there would be nothing much to say. He would just go up and beat him until he exploded. Yuan Mo was still lying on the ground, on the verge of death. He had been beaten to the point that he didn't even look like a human. Chu Feng's expression was erratic. One moment he was emitting a divine light, and the next moment he was blank. Moreover, he would occasionally glance at Lan Shi, which immediately made everyone feel that he was about to make a move. Even Lan Shi herself thought so. From time to time, an ominous glint would appear in the eyes of this demon. He was targeting her, and in her opinion, it was unforgivable. She possessed a beauty that could captivate even birds and beasts, a beauty that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. On top of that, she had a perfect heavenly voice. She was destined to become famous throughout the starry sky very soon. Her final destination should be one of the 10 great planets. Perhaps she would marry a Taoist or a divine child. She absolutely didn't want to be tainted by Chu Feng and sully her reputation. Then, Lan Shi decisively made a move. Her figure was graceful, her smile was sweet, and she could be considered an outstanding beauty. Even looking at the starry sky, she was a rare, peerless beauty. However, when she suddenly attacked, her power was terrifying. A tattered picture scroll unfurled. It was like a picture of mountains and rivers. Inside, there were mountains that towered into the clouds, vigorous rivers, lush forests, and swamps that were shrouded in clouds and mist. It transformed into a real scene and covered Chu Feng, suppressing him. "Subdue the demon," Lan Shi lightly shouted. In a split second, her blue dress fluttered, setting off the undulating curves of her figure. She became increasingly beautiful as she towered in midair. Even though half of the picture scroll she had tossed out had already decayed, the remaining part was glowing. As before, it was suppressing Chu Feng and sucking him in. The scene was terrifying. The speed at which things developed exceeded everyone's expectations. Demon King Chu hadn't even made a move yet, but Lan Shi had suddenly launched an attack. Moreover, she had actually succeeded. Without a doubt, Lan Shi decisively attacked. Suppressing Chu Feng in such a manner would inevitably become a story of praise in the starry sky. Even the demonic child Yuan Mo, who could hunt down an entire planet, had been beaten, yet Lan Shi had subdued the demon like this. Undoubtedly, her glory was boundless. As expected of the goddess in my heart, even though she looks exceptionally enchanting, once she makes a decision, she's so firm and courageous. She actually took down Demon King Chu. This is too unexpected. Everyone was afraid and didn't dare to make a move. Yet Fairy Lan sure stood out from the crowd and suppressed the demon alone. Her style is truly peerless. The Origin Beast platform was in chaos and clamoring to the heavens. Some people were regretting that they didn't get to see Chu Feng capture this peerless beauty and was instead suppressed by her. Originally, there were some people who wanted to bid for this new star of the music industry. Those who liked Lan Shi were shocked at first, but then they were overjoyed. They excitedly celebrated and praised this as a stroke of genius. Obviously, that picture scroll was odd. It was a great killing weapon and couldn't be brought over from the star passages. It must have been dug out from some historical remains on Earth. Unfortunately, more than half of it had decayed. Otherwise, it would be difficult to imagine how powerful it was in the past. Everyone in the peach forest on the island was shaken. Even Yuan Mo was in such a miserable state, yet the devastatingly beautiful Lan Shi had succeeded. This made the group of people cry out in alarm. In the picture scroll, Chu Feng was being pressed down by a large mountain. He was carrying the mountain on his back, and the bones all over his body were creaking. Humph! He let out a muffled groan. His whole body shone as he circulated his breathing technique. He resisted the mountain and was about to throw it out. However, there was an old seal on the mountain that was glowing. It immediately increased the pressure on him. His flesh was about to break, and blood was seeping out of his pores. "Rise for me," Chu Feng shouted loudly. As he circulated his breathing technique, white mist sprayed out from his mouth and nose. Energy surged all over his body, and his skin sparkled and glowed. Even his hair was like this. Bang! In the end, he caused the mountain to explode. He was like a demonic god as he rushed out from the earth, rocks, and dust. His eyes were emitting fiery light as he searched for a way out. Chu Feng felt danger. This was a small world that was shrinking. Once it turned back into a picture scroll, he would become a person in the picture and be unable to escape. Indeed, there was such a terrifying spatial power. Unfortunately, the picture scroll was too badly damaged. Half of it had decayed, and the inside was equivalent to collapsing and being destroyed. Otherwise, once this picture scroll unfolded, both Chu Feng and the more powerful visualization realm beings would be sucked in and crushed into ashes in an instant. Even so, Chu Feng had to bear the terrifying power. He was bound and was about to be fixed in place. His fiery eyes searched for a way to escape. Very soon, he saw two dazzling beams of light shoot out from his eyes as he gazed at the broken exit in the distance. That was the part of the picture scroll that had decayed. It was the only escape route. Were it not for his fiery eyes, which allowed him to peep through, others who had fallen into the picture scroll would certainly be suppressed here without a way out. Even though he had found a way to escape, the dangers Chu Feng faced were numerous. In just a split second, numerous towering mountains rose from the ground and, accompanied by black mist, pressed down on him. The pressure was too terrifying. Any one of them seemed capable of crushing the firmament. Vaguely, they each transformed into a simple and unadorned seal. Chu Feng was horrified. These mountains indeed had origins. There were domain runes engraved within them. Not only were they mountains, but they were also weapons. It was like the earth-suppressing seal. Doubtlessly, the energy emitted by the descent of such a seal was enough to kill a carefree realm evolver effortlessly. Kill! With his fiery eyes, Chu Feng saw that this place was a small world of its own. It was densely covered in domains, concealing one's aura and isolating it from the outside world. As such, he displayed his trump card without holding anything back. This was the first time he had used his life and blood energy as the paper and his spirit as the paint to create a world-shaking painting scroll. The 100 strongest stars appeared, and the universe was vague and vast. Accompanied by his blood energy, it condensed into one with him. Boom! With a jolt from Chu Feng, the peerless picture scroll unfurled and trembled violently. It was as if it could shatter all living things. With a boom, the suppressing mountains turned into fine powder. Chu Feng charged over. Along the way, a great river of energy surged towards him. In the end, the peerless picture scroll unfurled and evaporated the river. There was a swamp that wanted to trap him, but in the end, the 100 stars shook and the swamp was destroyed. Chu Feng was as fast as lightning. He had just learned the world's in near at hand, so he was unbelievably fast. He traversed the lush mountain forest and charged all the way out, breaking free from the decaying picture scroll. The next moment, the entire mountain and river shrank and once again condensed into a picture scroll. It was truly dangerous. Just one step, and Chu Feng would have become the scenery in the picture. At that time, he would have become meat on the chopping board, and his life and death would be in the hands of others. Bang! Chu Feng grabbed the old picture scroll that had fallen from midair. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes emitted cold lightning. The entire island was silent. The Origin Beast platform was originally boiling with excitement, but now it was completely silent. Chu Feng had escaped unscathed. This was truly beyond everyone's expectations. Launcher stood in the distance. She was very alert and had made all kinds of preparations when she brought out the picture scroll. If she succeeded, she could come and take the picture scroll, but if she failed, she could retreat calmly. When she saw that Chu Feng had truly escaped, the scroll in her hand lit up and transformed into multicolored light. It was extremely dazzling and wrapped around her. She was about to teleport away, as if she had ascended to heaven. This was an ancient scroll that belonged to the category of escape artifact. It could disregard space and directly transport a person thousands of kilometers away or even into the starry sky. Suppress. Chu Feng shouted loudly. He unfurled the tattered picture scroll in his hand and suddenly activated it. It covered the sky and was about to suck Launcher inside. You dare! Someone shouted coldly from the depths of the starry sky. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and no matter how much he threatened, it was useless. You dare to suppress the young deity's favorite girl? You're courting death. On the Origin Beast platform, a gold account member threatened Chu Feng and berated him. But it was still useless. Not to mention that Chu Feng didn't notice. Even if he knew at the first moment, he would still ignore it and attack as he should. Boom! The tattered picture scroll covered the sky and submerged the area. However, that ancient scroll was also extremely astonishing. Multicolored light overflowed, blazing and intimidating. It formed a dense array of domain runes that wrapped around Launcher's body. She struggled to break free and escape into the distance. Others couldn't see it. The two ancient artifacts contained extraordinary domain runes that interfered with heaven and earth. Even the surveillance of the outer realm's clairvoyance was rendered ineffective. Only Chu Feng, who was close by, could see everything clearly with his fiery eyes. Swoosh, 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 the tattered picture scroll that was missing half possessed an astonishing devouring power. It wanted to suck Launcher inside, but the scroll shone and resisted. In the end, Launcher's long skirt and jade hairpin all left her body with a swoosh and were sucked into the picture scroll. Following that, the various miscellaneous items on her body, including her undergarments, all left her body. Chu Feng was dumbstruck. In front of him was simply a large white sheep that was wrapped in the dazzling light emitted by the scroll. There was not a single thread of clothing on her body, and it was a field of snow white. All of her clothes had been stripped away by the tattered picture scroll. Her body seemed to be carved out of ivory. It was snow white and sparkling, and her curves undulated up and down. She was exceptionally perfect. Even though her back was facing Chu Feng, he could still see the undulating lines. Chapter 498. Launcher's legs were straight and slender. Her small waist was slender, and her back was soft and beautiful. Apart from her hair, her entire body was snow white, sparkling, and translucent. From her fragrant shoulders to her small, snow-white feet, there was not a single flaw to be found. However, she was currently feeling extremely bad. All of her clothes had been stripped by that tattered scroll, and she felt cool from head to toe. After hearing Chu Feng's evaluation, she simply wanted to immediately destroy him. He was too shameless. In that instant, a layer of goosebumps appeared on her ivory white and slender body. It was because she felt a burning gaze staring at her, landing on her undulating and sparkling body. It was simply like a pair of little bugs crawling on her. Chu Feng, she scolded in a low voice. Yes, I'm looking. Chu Feng replied. This kind of reply was truly infuriating. Everything behind Launcher's smooth and congealed skin had been seen. There was no privacy to speak of. Her slender and fair fingers were clenched tightly. She simply wanted to kill someone. However, she didn't dare turn around for fear of exposing herself even more. The curves in front of her rose and fell. They were white and lustrous, beautiful, and full of youthful vigor. "You're very shameless," Lansher scolded in a low voice. In fact, Chu Feng had approached and captured this new star of the music industry from the outer realms in one fell swoop. Even though she only had her back facing Chu Feng, it was still difficult for Lansher to accept that everything behind her had been seen. If this scene were to be captured by the Origin Beast platform, it would be an unimaginable nightmare. Chu Feng tried many times, but couldn't approach her in the end. The tattered scroll confronted the scroll and burst forth with dazzling radiance. Energy surged and enveloped the area. Lansher wasn't an ordinary person. She didn't scream like other girls. She quickly calmed down and activated the scroll, hoping to escape as soon as possible. That was because there was no way to argue about this. The more they talked about it, the worse it would get. She didn't want to have any romantic entanglement with Chu Feng. Everything could wait until she left this place. Boom! Lansher's entire body glowed. Her skin was dark red, tender, and alluring. It was as if blood was about to seep out. She was using a secret technique. Meanwhile, a silver flame surged on her forehead. That was the embodiment of spiritual power materialization. As expected, it was peerlessly powerful. If she were to control a spiritual weapon, it would certainly be extremely terrifying. The ancient scroll blazed brilliantly, transforming into a rain of light that was even more dazzling. It wrapped around Lansher, and with a sudden sound, they disappeared from where they stood, as if they were ascending into the sky. Chu Feng shook his head, feeling rather regretful that the picture scroll had not been able to take Lansher in. The tattered scroll fell from midair and was caught by Chu Feng. He noticed that there were some clothes among the flowers inside. Some were long skirts, and some were quite eye-catching. Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile. Even his undergarments were left behind. What if he auctioned them off? With Lansher's status as a rising star, this was definitely a sky-high price. At the same time, this would definitely be explosive news. In the sea area 4,000 kilometers away, Lansher was wrapped in a resplendent rain of light. Her entire body was spotlessly white without a single strand of hair on it. Only a spatial bracelet remained on her wrist. Before the domain within the ancient scroll went silent, she quickly took out some clothes and put them on. Then, she clenched her fists, and her beautiful eyes released a divine light. Her heart was filled with anger and humiliation. Someone had actually seen everything behind her, including her bottom. This was simply unimaginable. This almost suffocated her. Had the Origin Beast platform captured all of this? She simply did not dare to imagine the disastrous consequences. Lansher took a deep breath. In the end, she took out the photon computer from her spatial bracelet and connected it to the Origin Beast platform to see the results. Contrary to her expectations, the Origin Beast platform gave her a tide of praise. They said that she was decisive and keen. When everyone else was afraid of Chu Feng, she had taken the initiative to attack and had almost completed a fatal attack. Unfortunately, Fairy Lansher's efforts were in vain. She almost suppressed that demon within the picture scroll. The domain fluctuations of the tattered picture scroll and the scroll are too intense. Even the heaven's eye is unable to monitor them. It's a bit regretful. However, Fairy Lansher should have successfully escaped far away. This makes me feel relieved. As expected of the goddess in my heart, she is courageous and exceptionally beautiful. Even if she couldn't suppress Chu Feng, just based on her outstanding performance at the last minute, it's enough to be breathtaking. Lansher was somewhat lost in thought. It was actually such a result. She had originally thought it would be a nightmare and that the most terrifying thing would happen, but now she was being praised. They said that she was elegant, refined, and exceptionally beautiful. The instant she attacked, she was like an exiled immortal rushing to the moon, decisive and holy. All kinds of praises poured in one after another, and there was one from a certain young god among them. Lansher was at ease. The worst-case scenario had not occurred. She let out a sigh of relief. Moreover, after this battle, she was actually becoming more and more dazzling. When Fairy Lan attacked, her entire body was bathed in clear splendor. The sleeves of her clothes fluttered in the wind, and she was incomparably holy. Her charm is truly unparalleled. Without a doubt, Lon Sure is destined to become a popular celebrity throughout the starry skies. Lon Sure's mood was complex after being praised like this. She was neither happy nor excited. She maintained her calm. Soon after, Lon Sure's black brows furrowed. Thinking of how her pure and clean body had been seen by Chu Feng, her emotions fluctuated violently. She simply wanted to kill someone. If the people of the outside world were to find out, it would inevitably cause a huge uproar. She looked at the blue dress on her body that was exactly the same as before. She was still exceptionally graceful, like a kind of blue divine flower swaying leisurely on the surface of the sea. Her beauty was out of this world. She knew that if Chu Feng were to auction those clothes and find someone to appraise them, there would certainly be her unique breath of life left on them. There might even be strands of hair which would definitely be able to identify her. At this moment, Lon Sure really wanted to silence him. She took a deep breath and forced herself to remain calm. She had already become a rising star and was destined to be famous throughout the universe. In the future, she would marry into one of the top 10 planets and choose a proud son of heaven with the potential to become a saint as her Tao companion. If this matter was known by others, her clean reputation would definitely be tarnished. This time, her reputation had actually been tarnished by Chu Feng. She had to save herself. Lon Sure calmed her emotions and quickly returned to her normal self. She took out her photon computer and contacted Chu Feng in private. This kind of matter had to be kept secret. Chu Feng discovered that a gold account was privately looking for him. It was Lon Xian. He immediately smiled, and it was even more splendid than a flower bud illuminated by the morning glow. "Hello, Lon Lon." Just these 4 words caused Lon Sure to have goosebumps all over her body. It made her feel all sorts of discomfort. She knew that she had encountered a troublesome scoundrel. "Give it back." Lon Sure's message was brief because it was easy to slip up if one spoke too much. Chu Feng's smile became increasingly bright and beautiful. His teeth were very white. He was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. "I have a battle suit here and a number of inner armors. Which one do you want? However, the price isn't cheap. Any one of them is a rare treasure. If they were to be auctioned outside, I reckon that countless people would fight to bid for them while spurting blood from their noses." This was clearly extortion. Moreover, he wanted her to redeem them one by one. Needless to say, the conditions would be extremely outrageous. "What do you want?" Lon Sure combed her beautiful hair. Her graceful bearing was moving. As her beautiful eyes opened and closed, the divine light was restrained. Her entire person was indeed excessively beautiful, without a single flaw to speak of. Very simple. "I'm a celebrity chaser, and I want to meet Fairy Lawn. How about this? On the night of the full moon, we'll talk in depth." When Lon Sure heard this, she really wanted to immediately exterminate him. However, in the end, she still nodded and said, "I'll think about it." Then, she decisively ended the communication with a cold expression. If this matter could not be resolved, even if she attracted the attention of the world, became famous throughout the universe, and became the most popular star, her perfect image could collapse at any time. On the island, Chu Feng also withdrew his smile. His expression was chilly. "I hope it goes smoothly." Chu Feng was considering how to make an exorbitant demand and make Lon Sure pay a high enough price. This time, he had almost fallen into the tattered picture scroll. It was extremely dangerous. If he had really been trapped, he would have certainly died. If the negotiations failed, then there was no need to hesitate. He would directly auction off Lon Sure's inner armor. He reckoned that the business would be extremely explosive. Everything was for evolutionary resources. After thinking about it carefully, he came from a completely unorthodox background. He had no orthodoxy, nor did he have a master. Now, for the sake of evolutionary secrets, he was even willing to sell divine sons and saintesses. However, he did not have any psychological burden. Since they were enemies, then he would work together to make use of them and obtain the greatest value. For the sake of evolutionary secrets, resources, and so on, even if Lan Shi's identity was special when the time came, if he really needed to beat her up, then there was nothing to say. If others knew of Chu Feng's thoughts, he reckoned that a group of male evolvers would howl like wolves and curse him for being an evil creature. All of this was because Chu Feng was under great pressure. Recently, he had been tossing and turning. He had sold divine sons and auctioned saintesses, but he had no other choice. That was because if he did not rise up quickly, he would be directly eliminated by those old monsters once he entered the starry sky. He had a sense of urgency. Earth's main space was temporarily safe, but there was no telling when the heavens would change. When that time came, he could only rely on himself. How sad. Others are staring at Lan Shi's beauty, but I'm thinking about how to beat her up. Alas, everything is for evolutionary secrets and resources. Chu Feng sighed with emotion. That serious expression made Ziluan roll her eyes with all her might. As for Yuan Mo, who had just awakened on the ground, he was so angry that he almost fainted after hearing these words. That was because he felt that Chu Feng was deliberately pretending to be profound and had seriously provoked him. The people nearby, including Fu Huang, all had strange expressions on their faces. They looked at Chu Feng with a sad expression as he sighed with emotion and wanted to beat up Fairy Lan Shi. They really wanted to go up and slap him to death together. On the Origin Beast platform, the group of people were also speechless. In the end, they cursed that he deserved to be struck by lightning last time. Brother Chu, can we talk properly? Don't pretend. If you continue like this, who knows when you'll be struck by lightning again? That was because his kind of serious sighing with emotion, faint sadness, and serious attitude of wanting to do bad things really made people feel like they deserved a beating. What do you guys think? Should I take her in? Chu Feng asked everyone. This was simply an undisguised provocation. Boom! All of a sudden, the starry sky exploded. The sun lost its light, and the entire world became dark. It made everyone's hair stand on end and their scalps go numb. In outer space, a creature suddenly appeared. It stood tall in outer space and looked down at Earth. He covered the sun. Everyone raised their heads and was shocked to the core. The starry sky is being reflected. Someone is showing his divinity. Fu Huang's expression changed. There was a peerless saint displaying a supreme divine ability. His true body might be millions and millions of kilometers away. This was a man with long hair draped over his shoulders. He was extremely young and handsome, but his skin was too fair and almost sickly. There was a feminine aura about him. He was smiling brightly, and his voice shook the starry sky. Yao Yao, long time no see. I heard your obsession hasn't dispersed and your perfect physical body is still there. Come to the starry sky and meet me. Mount Longhu was silent. There was no reply. Above the eastern sea, Chu Feng's expression was solemn as he stared at outer space. He looked at the creature that covered the sun. It was truly powerful. Even though it was only a manifestation of divinity and not his true body, it still made people feel suffocated despite being separated by Earth's domains. Back then, our Shilin clan left the mother planet. We've been separated for many years, and the ancient times have long passed. I really miss you, Yao Yao. The handsome young man sighed softly. His smile didn't diminish, but it was slightly feminine. Back then, they were the Shilin army and hadn't yet established themselves as a clan. At the critical moment, they defected to the enemy and betrayed their mother planet. They turned around and brandished the butcher's knife against their compatriots. From a certain perspective, they were even more ruthless than the heavenly knights. Back then, Yao Yao, you were number 1 among your generation, and I was number 9 under the starry sky. We were such a good match, but you were so arrogant. Your light illuminated the entire starry sky, and I couldn't catch up. Oh, but I never forgot about you. Now you've come. This incomparably young saint was smiling. Everyone was moved. He was once number 9 under the starry sky among his generation. This was simply too dazzling. He was a peerless genius who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest descendants of the 10 great planets. He might even be stronger. He was too resplendent and glorious. How strong would such a person be after becoming a saint? Sigh, aren't you coming to see me? There's no other way. I can only show you a gift. I'm also helpless. Everything is because I miss you and want to see you. At this point, a jar appeared in outer space. He opened it and revealed a head. This is Uncle Ming. He was an incomparably powerful saint back then, but now he can't compare to me. Not long ago, I discovered traces of him. Because I miss my old friend too much, I chased after him and cut off his head. I used the salt of the mother planet to preserve it so that it wouldn't rot. At this moment, many people's hair stood on end. Chu Feng's scalp was about to split open. This person was so vicious. He actually did this in order to force Yao Yao to appear. Most importantly, this feminine saint was from the Shilin clan and possessed Earth's bloodline. This kind of behavior was increasingly cruel and merciless. It made one's hair stand on end. Chapter 499. Yao Yao, ignore him. The white-haired head in the jar spoke in a weak voice. He was actually still alive and hadn't died. The reason his voice could reach them wasn't because the old man still had strength, but because the young saint of the Shilin clan was simply too powerful. This was the starry sky reflection, a technique of the divine manifestation. The jar wasn't actually outside Earth. Just like the feminine man, it was millions and millions of kilometers away. Hey, Uncle Ming, I'm sorry. I see you've been working hard all your life, always thinking of revenge for those dead people. How many do you think you can kill? You'll have to hide, so why don't you stay by my side and enjoy life? The feminine man said lazily. He didn't care about everything, and he looked at the head in the jar with an indifferent smile on his face. Wei Hung, back then, I watched you grow up with Yao Yao and the others. You were intelligent and talented, stunning the starry sky. I was very happy and gratified. I really didn't expect you would become like this one day, even brandishing a butcher's knife against me. The old man in the jar sighed. There was no hatred, but his muddy eyes were full of vicissitudes. He looked at the feminine man with sadness. Earth, Eastern Sea. Chu Feng heard these words and felt his scalp go numb. His heart was filled with boundless fury. This saint named Wei Hung, even though he had stunned an era back then, his heart was too vicious. It wasn't that Wei Hung didn't know this old man. He was a benevolent elder who had watched him grow up. From Uncle Ming's words, he must have treated the children well back then. In the end, this Wei Hung actually chopped off the old man's head and pickled it in salt. It made one's hair stand on end. Oh, Uncle Ming, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. You once taught me when I was young, and I learned the Eastern Violet Chi finger from you. But that's all. You're an old servant of the Yao Yao family. You've always thought of yourself as loyal and devoted, but you're actually going against the general trend. What has become of the mother planet? Apart from our Shilin clan becoming more and more prosperous and respected by all races, what about the other orthodoxies on Earth? They've all been destroyed. Yes, the mother planet has recovered, but what's the use? It wasn't possible even during the Golden Age, let alone now. They're just 2 or 3 little kittens. To put it bluntly, they're all ants, all lowly bugs. I can just casually send a descendant over and wipe them all out. Wei Hung continued to speak in a relaxed manner. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, as if he did not care at all. Then he said, Uncle Ming, for so many years, what you've been doing is nothing more than bluffing. Every time the mother planet is in danger, you and a few others will jump out and stir up some trouble to scare others, making them think that Uncle Sage Master and the others are still alive and will eventually return. However, I could clearly see that this was a manifestation of a guilty conscience. I knew that the sacred master had been asleep for so many years, so he should be completely dead. It was impossible for him to appear again. Hee, Uncle Ming, you're old. Don't cause trouble anymore. Stay by my side for the time being and see if Yao Yao wants to come. Sigh, even though so many years have passed, I'm still deeply devoted to Yao Yao. I'm waiting for her. Since she's not dead, I naturally have to see her. Wei Hung, You're so cold and cruel now that I don't recognize you. Back then, you were exceptionally talented. Even the strongest descendant of the top 10 planets might not be as strong as you. We were full of hope for you and hoped that you, Yao Yao, and that other child would grow up together and illuminate the heavens. But you made us sad. In the jar, the old man's hair was grizzled and blood-stained. His turbid eyes were filled with pain and heartache. The descendant he thought highly of was actually like this. The other person is calmer and more heartless than me. If I were him, Yao Yao's fiancé, perhaps I would have been impulsive back then and would have gone to kill the enemy instead of leaving with the Shilin army. Oh, fortunately, that wasn't the case. Uncle Ming, you've said what you wanted to say. It's better if you rest. Wei Hing's expression was cold. He closed the jar's lid and sealed the old saint inside completely, marinating him. What a beast! He can even lay his hands on his first teacher. Moreover, he's so ruthless. It seems that the Shilin army is excessively heartless. It's the headquarters of a group of vicious people. Chu Feng clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. He really wanted to blow this Wei Hing up with one punch. This person looked calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. He looked lazy, but had done evil to the extreme. The others on the island didn't dare comment. Even though they came from the outer realms and their orthodoxies were very strong, they didn't want to offend the Shilin clan. That was because this was an extremely powerful and incomparably dazzling race. Even though they were only a branch of Earth in the past, their current ranking was still close to the top 100. Every generation had produced saints, and their overall talents were indescribably good. It was indeed somewhat terrifying. Back then, the leaders of the Shilin army were all people who killed decisively. They were in charge of waging war against the outside world and were the sharpest butcher's knives. But in the end, the backlash was also so fierce. It was said that those leaders had all survived. Their depths were unfathomable. As for Wei Hung, even though he was known as the ninth under the starry skies and had stunned the entire starry skies, he still hadn't become a saint. He was the second-generation expert of the Shilin army. At the mention of the Shilin clan, few people would recall the old days. They only thought of their powerful bloodline and extraordinary talents. They were a race with terrifying potential. Yao Yao, you're really heartless. Why haven't you come out yet? I really miss you. Oh, even if you don't want to see me, don't you want to see Uncle Ming? He's been working hard for so many years and has aged so quickly. Even a saint's lifespan is about to dry up due to his heavy injuries. Wei Hung said with a smile and transmitted his voice to Mount Longhu. Oh, last time, the Starcore turtle lineage lost 8 divine eggs. It should be Uncle Ming's doing. Even though I haven't asked him, it should be about the same. If you don't come, I'll give Uncle Ming's head that I've pickled to Jun Tuo. I reckon he'll be very happy. Yes, I'll ask him for a Starcore turtle shell to make a shield. TSK, that's a good material. When these words were spoken, Chu Feng's expression changed. That Uncle Ming was actually the old saint who had stolen the Starcore turtle eggs. He hadn't seen him before, but he was greatly indebted to him. If it weren't for this old man, he definitely wouldn't have been able to break all his shackles in such a short time. He wouldn't have been able to reach this step and paint his peerless painting scroll. Uncle Ming's head had been chopped off and pickled. This made Chu Feng's heart spew out flames of fury. He really wanted to rush to the skies and personally kill Wei Hung. He understood that the old man definitely knew him. Yao Yao had most likely mentioned him to him, otherwise he wouldn't have stolen the 8 Starcore turtle eggs and sent them back. Wait for me. One day, I'll kill my way into the Shilin clan and avenge Uncle Ming. Chu Feng clenched his teeth and his eyes were somewhat red. He prayed that Uncle Ming would persevere and survive. At this moment, Chu Feng was incomparably eager to become stronger. He hoped to kill his way into the starry skies one day and change some people's fates. But he knew he couldn't be impulsive now. Both Yao Yao and Uncle Ming felt that he had potential and wanted him to grow up. In the outer realm, the starry skies were reflected. Wei Hing appeared and said, Yao Yao, it seems that you're really very weak. A strand of your obsession hasn't dispersed. You must have sunk into a deep slumber in that longevity gold. Oh, Today really isn't the right time. He was a little regretful. A cold smile appeared on his handsome, feminine, and fair face as he said, I heard that you've been raising a bug. It's been unruly lately and has caused quite a stir. Uncle Ming went to steal the galactic turtle egg because of it. Tell me, if I can poke it to death with one finger, wouldn't that be interesting? What a pity. The mother planet is indeed the mother planet. The remnant taboo power makes even me rather apprehensive, so I don't dare to casually descend. But Yao Yao, I've decided to destroy the bug you want to cultivate. I don't care about him and can't be bothered to deal with him personally, but I'll send some people to kill him. Perhaps it'll be more interesting to capture him alive. Bring him to me and have him kowtow to me. If he's loyal to the Shilin clan. Oh, that should be good. Wei Hung had a feminine air about him. His handsome face was somewhat grim as he looked down at the earth and said, That bug, do you want to live? Kowtow to me, and I'll grant you the Shilin clan surname. Chu Feng was furious. Wei Hung, right? The ninth under the starry skies? Sooner or later, I'll beat you into a Jun Tua egg. Bastard, Wei Nine egg. Just you wait. I'll personally cut off your head as a sacrifice to the ancestors. Chu Feng berated the peerless saint of a Shilin clan. Everyone's expressions changed abruptly. This Chu Feng wasn't just ordinarily fierce. He actually dared to curse the ninth under the starry skies. Wei Hung had been outstanding in ancient times and was now a near-invincible existence among the saints. However, Wei Hung didn't have much of a reaction outside of the earth. That was because he felt it beneath him to look for Chu Feng. He simply didn't pay attention and kept staring at Mount Longhu. Yao Yao, if you don't wake up, then I can only leave. I'll bring an even bigger gift next time I come to see you. All right, speaking of the mother planet, what else is there now? They're all just dregs. It's hard to even see a pure-blooded descendant. Speaking of which, our Shilin clan is the true orthodox lineage. The people here are just nobodies. Yes, we'll negotiate with all parties. One day, we'll return and wait for the mother planet to recover. We'll enter this place once again. Only then will we be worthy of the name and let the pure-blooded occupy this place. Then, the starry skies gradually blurred, and Wei Hung slowly disappeared with the jar in his hand. But the moment before his figure vanished, his voice came through again. Oh, I'll send you over. You should be ready, right? Go and catch that bug for me. Of course, if it's not easy to catch, just trample it to death. He was obviously talking to the young evolver of the Shilin clan, and the bug he was referring to was Chu Feng. He finally added, If you can't do it, then I'll send my descendants over. I've already given you the opportunity, so don't disappoint me. Saint, please be at ease. We've already rushed to this area of the sea. We'll immediately suppress Chu Feng and capture this bug for you. On the surface of the sea, a few people spoke up and bowed respectfully towards the outer realms. Their voices were very loud and shook the firmament. Even those on Peach Blossom Island could hear them and even vaguely see them. They came over on the sea at an extremely fast speed. Shilin clan. Chu Feng's pupils contracted and shot out a frightening radiance. Chapter 500. The blue sea stretched for tens of thousands of miles. The sea and sky were blended together in a single line. It was originally calm, but now huge waves were surging and smashing onto the island. For a moment, petals danced in the air. The red patterns on the white peach blossoms looked as though they were dyed in blood. For entities rushed over from the sea. It was easy to distinguish them. One was clad in silver armor, one in dark gold armor, another in bronze armor, and the last in golden armor. Each of them held a heavenly dagger axe, a great halberd, and a spear. All of them were heavy weapons. The four of them were very ostentatious. Their eyes were like lightning, and their hair danced in the wind. Some of them had sparkling purple hair, while others had a full head of black hair. Their auras were extremely terrifying. The Shilin clan was one of the races on Earth back then. There were humans as well as other races. That was because they were a legion and not a single race. Doubtlessly, The quality of the soldiers in this legion was ridiculously strong. It was said that even the notorious heavenly knights were inferior to them and had been crushed along the way. Unfortunately, they betrayed in the end. They pierced their own people's backs with their glaring spears and used their icy heavenly dagger axes to reap the heads of the veterans who were recuperating after the bitter battle. Chu Feng, get over here! A loud shout exploded above the island like thunder. The four of them approached and stood on the surface of the sea. The metal battle suits on their bodies were incomparably cold. The man in dark gold armor stood at the front. He had already raised his black spear and pointed it at Chu Feng. He cast a sidelong glance at him with a disdainful expression. His attitude would infuriate any hot-blooded person, and they wouldn't avoid a fight. Chu Feng's chest rose and fell as he held back his anger. He had long since wanted to slaughter the Shilin clan. He didn't want to comment on such people and only wanted to sweep through them. Boom! Chu Feng took a step and was already several kilometers away. He disappeared from the island's peach forest and stepped onto the sea, splashing up a vast expanse of white waves. In his eyes, the Shilin clan was cruel and unscrupulous. Even though he had already restrained himself, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil after seeing their young generation so domineering. I already said that this native won't run, because he's been arrogant and conceited these past few days. He's gotten used to having everything go smoothly for him. Get him to roll over here and provoke him a little. He'll definitely fight you to the death. The young man in the silver armor smiled faintly, glanced at Chu Feng, and then talked to the young man in the black and gold armor. What, are you angry? In fact, in the eyes of our Shilin clan, all life forms on this planet are mixed-blood descendants and lowly bugs. This was originally our planet, and only pure-blooded races like us have the qualifications to live here. Who do you think you are? They have long lost their orthodoxy. The young man in the black metal armor spoke with a cold intent. His words were quite harsh, looking down on everyone on Earth with an incomparable sense of superiority. I'm Li Qingfeng. He introduced himself. His thick long hair hung down to his waist, and his physique was strong. His battle clothes shone with a black light, and the battle spear in his hand was pitch black and cold. At this moment, not to mention Chu Feng, even the other evolvers on this planet, and the natives were unable to restrain their anger. There were many powerful sea beasts in the Eastern Sea. At this moment, they emerged from the water, roaring and stirring up huge waves that were hundreds of meters high. Noisy, Li Qingfeng berated and stomped down with great force. The surface of the sea immediately exploded, and black ripples spread out from under his feet, causing the distant sea surface to soar into a bloody mist. This person was very powerful. He was looking down on the evolvers on Earth, and looking down on everyone. He was also examining Chu Feng and treating him as prey. Chu Feng finally spoke. He wasn't targeting the four people in front of him, but rather he was directly challenging Wei Heng, who was known as the ninth under the heavens. Wei Junchuo Egg, I, Chu Feng, want to challenge you. Aren't you known as the ninth under the heavens? Let's meet on the Origin Beast platform. I'll beat you up until you become the ninth egg under the heavens. Once these words were spoken, the starry skies went silent. The Origin Beast platform was silent, and no one spoke. No one had expected that Chu Feng would actually challenge the supreme Saint Wei Heng. What kind of status did the ninth under the heavens have? He was a true, peerless genius. The 10 greats might not be able to nurture such a person. Only during Earth's most glorious period did 3 heavenly gifted youths appear. That kind of resplendent and magnificent scene of a galaxy of talents could no longer be replicated. Are you joking? You dare challenge a saint? You don't know the difference between life and death. Li Qingfeng spoke with a grim expression. As he saw it, these were disgraceful words. Wei Junchuo Egg, do you dare? Chu Feng shouted once again. The next moment, the Origin Beast platform was about to explode and boil over. A carefree realm cultivator wanted to challenge a saint. This was earth-shattering. Even if it was against an enemy of the same level, this was simply unimaginable. What level was a saint at? Even if their cultivation was suppressed in the arena, Their level of knowledge, experience, and methods weren't something young geniuses could compare to. They were innately undefeated. I can't do anything to you in reality, but I'll kill you once on the Origin Beast platform. Wei Junchuo Egg, do you dare accept the challenge? Chu Feng shouted once again, shaking the Origin Beast platform. This was definitely good news material. In a moment, Chu Feng's name spread rapidly, and some people with ulterior motives were pushing this matter forward. Ninth under the heavens, do you dare? Someone made this title rather ambiguous. But it had to be said that Chu Feng's declaration and challenge had shaken the starry skies and caused a huge uproar. As expected of someone Yao Yao becomes immortal wants to nurture. No matter how strong he is, his courage is commendable. If he can be as stunning as Yao Yao was in the past, then he'll be heaven-defying. Someone exclaimed. On the Eastern Sea, Li Chengfeng's eyes were cold. He had actually been ignored by Chu Feng, and yet the other party was challenging a peerless saint. Mixed blood descendant, why don't you take a look at your own status? You want to fight a saint? What are you thinking? Are you dreaming? I'll kill you, Li Chengfeng shouted. At this moment, he held the black spear in his hand and strode forward. As he stepped on the surface of the sea, his whole body emitted a terrifying black light. I've heard of Li Chengfeng. He's a famous genius of the Shilin clan. Someone said in a low voice. The people on the island were moved. The Shilin clan was different from other races because their talents were excellent. They were known as one of the races with the strongest evolutionary genes. As long as they were given time, they would definitely rise to power. In fact, many people were guessing that the reason why Earth was so glorious back then was because the races here were too talented. The Shilin clan was just one of their branches, but it was already like this. One could see how grand they were back then. Li Chengfeng was a famous genius of a top-notch race. Without a doubt, he was incomparably powerful. Chu Feng said coldly, Then I'll start with you. Kill all the geniuses of the Shilin clan and slap Wei Heng's face. Didn't he say he wanted to destroy me? He won't do it himself, but I'll kill as many as comes. Today, I'll declare that I'll beat the ninth under the heavens until you become a Junta egg. At this moment, Juntua was hurt. He thought he had ignored the little native recently, but it made his face twitch again and again. You're the descendants of the losers from back then, and your bloodlines have long since become impure. You should all be destroyed so that the mother planet can retain a bit of purity. Only then will it be suitable for us to return. Li Chengfeng shouted. He transformed into a black bolt of lightning and rushed over to fight with Chu Feng. Clang! On the island, the green broadsword on Yuan Mo's back emitted a crisp sound. It was directly received by Chu Feng and appeared in his hand. Yuan Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he recover slightly. Seeing his weapon snatched away for battle, he felt that his existence was too insignificant. No matter what, he was still a genius who dared to hunt an entire planet alone. Today was too miserable. Clang! On the surface of the sea, Chu Feng's green broadsword slashed at the black spear. A glaring brilliance burst forth, and for a moment, stormy waves surged to the heavens. The energy between the two was resplendent. The corner of Li Chengfeng's mouth carried a hint of a cold smile. Black light erupted from the battle clothes on his body, and the black spear in his hand seemed to have come from hell. The dim light was terrifying, and like a venomous snake, it stabbed toward the space between Chu Feng's eyebrows. Clang! Chu Feng brandished his sword and fought fiercely with him. It had to be said that this Li Chengfeng was truly very powerful. He far surpassed Zhang He, Zi Luan, and the others. The spear in his hand was like a black bolt of lightning that practically tore apart the void. It circled around Chu Feng and stabbed here and there with incomparably vigorous energy. In just a single breath, the weapons in the hands of the two collided several hundred times. Chu Feng hadn't learned sword arts systematically. He had merged his fist intent into the green broadsword, and in addition to his terrifying speed and peerless physical strength, he wasn't at a disadvantage in this fierce collision. Li Chengfeng's gaze was faint. He could tell at a glance that Chu Feng was of unorthodox origin, but to be able to fight with him to this extent, he indeed possessed extraordinary battle instincts. A dragon spear moves the 9 heavens. Li Chengfeng's aura changed greatly. His whole body was suffused with lightning, and the black spear in his hand erupted with a glaring black light. In the end, it left his hand and pierced toward Chu Feng like a flood dragon. Chu Feng moved sideways, but the spear seemed to have come to life. It emitted a draconic roar and transformed into a black flood dragon, pouncing toward Chu Feng. Moreover, at this time, the black spear condensed the lightning in the void, and with a terrifying thunderous light, it blasted toward Chu Feng with a boom. This was the Shilin clan's spear technique from back in the day. What Li Chengfeng was using wasn't just a spear technique, but a divine ability within it. Clang, clang, clang. The green broadsword in Chu Feng's hand glowed and erupted with energy. All of it hacked at the black flood dragon and blocked this fatal blow. At the last moment, he used his terrifying strength to force the black spear to reveal itself, no longer in its flood dragon form. It was obvious that when Li Chengfeng used this spear technique that contained divine powers, the burden was too great. His body staggered. Thump! Chu Feng grabbed the black spear and thrust it forward. With a puff, the spear pierced through Li Chengfeng while he was overloaded and powerless, causing blood to flow. With a swoosh, Li Chengfeng transformed into a bolt of black lightning and escaped from a spear at the critical moment. Blood flowed from his body, but he had escaped danger. Kill! He was furious. He had actually been injured in front of everyone's eyes. Chu Feng's gaze was deep. This person was indeed powerful. The two had exchanged over 100 moves, and only then had he pierced through the other. He was even more powerful than ordinary divine sons and saintesses. The Shilin clan was indeed terrifying. Mixed blood descended. Come and try my solar fist. It was once a famous fist manual on Earth, a must-learn technique for direct descendants. Do you know it? As a being of this planet, you don't even have an inheritance, let alone an orthodox lineage. Kill! Li Chengfeng shouted. He was one of the strongest geniuses of this generation of the Shilin clan. How could he lose to a native? Li Chengfeng's hair danced in the wind. His eyes were cold as he erupted with all his might. In the blink of an eye, black light erupted from his fist. It was as if he was pushing a black sun as he moved forward to bombard Chu Feng. I don't know this fist technique, but what can I do? It's just like how you consider yourselves pure-blooded beings. But what's the use of just having a bloodline? Your brains are already empty and no longer belong to this planet. You've long since become no different from those executioners who invaded this place. Now, I don't know the solar fist, but I'm still a descendant recognized by the will of this planet. I can still blast you to pieces. Come, so-called orthodox lineage. Chu Feng threw away his sword and spear and fought barehanded. His energy form circulated decisively and was extremely berserk. Boom, boom, boom. Li Chengfeng was very strong, but under the bombardment of Chu Feng's tyrannical fist seals and terrifying energy forms, even though he had learned the terrifying solar fist, he was still beaten until blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was also using his energy form. It was a field of black lotuses. They were very strong and incomparably tenacious, able to block some coarse stone balls. But in the end, he still couldn't block it. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Feng launched 9 consecutive punches and smashed Li Chengfeng into pieces. The genius of the Shilin clan had died a violent death and turned into a rain of blood. Wei Zhenshuo Egg, do you dare fight? Chu Feng looked up to the sky and shouted once again. Chapter 501. The famous genius of the Shilin clan, Li Chengfeng, had died. He had been killed by Chu Feng in the sea and turned into a rain of blood that fell into the blue sea. For a moment, the pupils of the people on the island constricted as they received a great shock. The Shilin clan wasn't an ordinary race, but a top-notch race in the universe. Many of the people present knew that they couldn't compare to Li Chengfeng, and the gap was actually quite large. But now he had been killed by Chu Feng and exploded in midair. Has the Shilin clan devolved after so many years? Some people couldn't believe it. That was because when this race was mentioned, everyone thought of strength and exceptional talents. The geniuses from this race were bound to be incomparably terrifying, especially since this race originated from Earth and was a bloodline born on this star. And Chu Feng was also born here. It was just that in the eyes of outsiders, he was no longer a pure-blooded direct descendant. He could only be considered a descendant of a powerful race with an impure bloodline. It was precisely because of this that many people felt before the battle that Chu Feng was innately lacking and inferior to Li Chengfeng in terms of bloodline. But now, after seeing this scene, their eyes shone with divine light, and they were all incomparably shocked. It's not that the Shilin clan isn't strong, but that this Chu Feng is too powerful. Although he was born on a declining planet, he's still a descendant of those experts from back then. I have a theory that he has reverted to his ancestry. Perhaps his bloodline is incomparably powerful, and that's why he can suppress the pure-blooded Shilin clan. The island was in an uproar. The divine sons and Sanuses from different galaxies were all moved. This was a battle achievement that wasn't mixed in at all. If there were still people who had doubts during the Battle of Mount Tai, now they were all gasping. The Shilin clan, a genius from a top-notch race, had been killed by Chu Feng. There was nothing more convincing than this. A roar came from the sea like the howl of a wild beast. It was mournful and incomparably wounded. It was the silver-armored young man with delicate features. Before Chu Feng and Li Chengfeng began their battle, he had said in a disdainful manner that the native wouldn't run away if you were to provoke him a little. At that time, he was carefree and did not take Chu Feng seriously. He chatted happily with Li Chengfeng and ignored Chu Feng. Now he was filled with sorrow, his eyes about to split open, his pupils releasing fiery light, his head of hair violently fluttering about, the silver armor on his body throbbing with snow-white flames. He held a great halberd in his hand that was shining and full of killing intent. It was as if divine light was rising and falling, burning and incomparably terrifying. You kill my brother. The Shilin clan as a whole possessed extraordinary talents. Their characters were tenacious and callous, and each and every one of them was difficult to deal with. But now, this person was trembling, and his emotions were slightly out of control. I still want to kill you. This was Chu Feng's reply. He was even more tyrannical than the Shilin clan. The man's eyes were cold, and he didn't come over. Instead, he let go of the halberd in his hand and transformed into a snow-white bolt of lightning, breaking through the sound barrier and exploding with blinding light as he slashed toward Chu Feng. This was a spiritual martial art. Most people would use short and sharp flying swords as their primary weapon, but he was actually using a large halberd. This was beyond common sense. Needless to say, his mental strength was different from ordinary people. It was extremely powerful. Boom! The air exploded and white mist exploded. The snow-white halberd was incomparably sharp and raging with flames. It hacked toward Chu Feng's head with astonishing energy. Chu Feng also produced a flying sword. It was relatively small and short, but it was bright red and filled the sky with multicolored light. It flew out like a scarlet waterfall to block the halberd. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions as the two collided violently, bursting forth with blinding light. For a moment, people were dazzled. The snow-white halberd transformed into a white tiger bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was incomparably ferocious. Wherever it passed, the sea was split open and a vast amount of water evaporated, almost revealing the seabed. This was an astonishing spiritual martial art. It endowed the halberd with life and transformed it into a ferocious beast. The scene was terrifying. I visualized the white tiger and used starlight to refine my spirit, achieving an outstanding spiritual martial art. I also infused a strand of the ferocious beast's soul into my weapon. How can a person of unorthodox origin like you compare to me? The man in silver armor spoke in a low voice. His glabella shone brightly, and the white tiger mark appeared, branded on his forehead. He looked incomparably ferocious. Even his own body showed signs of transforming into a white tiger. He became increasingly ferocious, and his aura was terrifying. It was obvious that he was once a genius in the visualization realm. It was just that he had severed himself in order to cross over. His powerful mental strength was his greatest reliance. Chu Feng had obtained a spiritual martial art, the Imperial Sword Technique. But now it seemed that it was relatively shallow compared to the Shilin clan's spiritual martial arts. He controlled the scarlet flying sword to contend against the snow-white halberd. He was inferior in various techniques, such as slashing, spinning, and thrusting. I, Li Qingyun, will not only kill you today, but I will also massacre your entire family to avenge my brother, the young man in silver armor said coldly. At this moment, his transformation was astonishing. He was no longer delicate, and his tall body showed signs of transforming into a ferocious beast. His whole body shone with silver light, especially his face, which was about to transform into a white tiger. Following which, he arched his back and revealed his tiger form. He roared and became more and more real. His whole body was wrapped in a glaring white light and showed signs of transforming into a white tiger. On the island, the people gasped. This was a visualization realm technique. Generally speaking, those who severed their cultivation to cross over couldn't recover in a short period of time. However, this Li Qingyun could almost use some visualization realm techniques. But in the end, it wasn't enough. This person visualized a white tiger, but in the end, he couldn't transform into one. Boom! Chu Feng brandished his fist. He knew that his own spiritual martial arts were shallow and not a profound secret art. As such, he didn't use it as his main attack and instead displayed his physical fist techniques. Carefully, the Demon Ox Fist and the Demon Flood Dragon Fist should be profound secret arts. He decisively displayed them and used his physical martial arts to resist the spiritual martial arts. Yellow Cattle had once said that these two fist techniques would transform along with his realm and enter the carefree realm. Their power would increase rapidly. Therefore, Chu Feng didn't fuse the two fist intents and only displayed one of them. Only actual combat could test it out. He wanted to refine his fist intent at this juncture and see how powerful the Demon Ox Fist was. Boom! Chu Feng used his physical body to resist the snow-white halberd. His fist smashed towards it and energy gushed out, creating a terrifying shockwave and causing a huge explosion in the blue sea. You want to kill my entire family? Then I'll send all of you on your way first. Chu Feng opened his mouth. It was only the first strike, but he could already feel that the Demon Ox Fist was indeed different. Its power had increased, and it could resist the halberd. Following which, as he brandished his fist, the entire sea began to shake. It was as if an ancient ox was roaring and howling, wanting to crush the earth and evaporate the blue sea. The power has increased, but it can't be considered a qualitative change. Chu Feng frowned. He was still pondering this question amidst the fierce battle. Boom! He used his energy form and combined it with his fist technique, wanting to crush his opponent to death. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 coarse stone balls flew out. Li Qingyun's expression changed. He didn't dare face it head-on and quickly retreated. He controlled the halberd from a distance, avoiding the energy form and looking for an opportunity to attack. At this time, he suddenly roared and emitted a terrifying sound wave accompanied by a pervasive spiritual attack. He launched a frantic spiritual attack on Chu Feng. This was because Li Qingyun knew that Chu Feng's energy form was terrifying and had already charged into the Dark Horse rankings. He couldn't give him a chance to use it and had to obliterate him in the spiritual realm. "Spiritual cage, suppress," he shouted. Beams of dazzling white light flew out from between his eyebrows. They transformed into light pillars and formed a spiritual cage. It ignored space and arrived in an instant to seal Chu Feng's spirit. "This is the Shilin clan's spiritual art," someone cried out in surprise from afar. Shu Feng's body was covered in goosebumps. He had a premonition that this spiritual art would be difficult to deal with. He rapidly circulated his breathing technique, breathing together with his physical body and spirit. His body glowed and became pure, divine, and flawless. His blood, energy, and spirit condensed into one to protect his body. Although he hadn't learned many spiritual arts, and they were relatively shallow, he knew some principles. The physical body carried the spirit, and a dense blood energy could naturally protect the spirit. At this moment, his physical body was flawless, and his spirit was also circulating his breathing technique. It emitted a resplendent brilliance like a sun burning within his body. Shu Feng was at peace. He felt that his body and heart were unprecedentedly powerful, and he didn't fear the opponent's spiritual attack. Moreover, when he tried to counterattack, the white light pillars formed a prison around his body collapsed, causing Li Qingyun to cry out in misery. Li Qingyun was shocked. That was because he felt the other party's spirit and blood energy were terrifyingly exuberant. What technique had this native learned? How could he create such a scene? Don't tell me you've obtained the technique from the mother planet. He was shocked. The breathing technique from the mother planet was the Shilin clan's greatest regret. They had learned many earth-shattering secret techniques, but that breathing technique was the only one they had no luck with. One had to know that it was the most precious technique. Mastering the breathing technique would allow one to possess everything. One could derive all techniques, including spiritual arts. In the end, they only obtained a fragment, a small part of it. The other peerless clans had also obtained this part of the technique. So that's how it is. He's constructing a spiritual cage like this. I can actually imitate him and figure it out. Shu Feng now understood. At the same time, he was startled. It was because he was circulating the breathing technique Yellow Cattle had passed on to him that his spirit could suddenly become clear. Dao induction? No, it should be robbery induction. Shu Feng said to himself. Circulating this breathing technique allowed him to figure out the essence of the opponent's spiritual arts in an instant. This was simply stealing a secret technique. That's not right either. I need to comprehend it myself and develop my own true spiritual arts. I don't need to follow his old path. Shu Feng's comprehension increased. At this moment, he deeply understood the importance of breathing techniques. No wonder the ancient powerhouses said that everything else could be abandoned. Only breathing techniques were fundamental. A top-notch breathing technique itself could develop a secret technique. And it was also at this time that Shu Feng was still displaying his physical arts. His fist technique reached the heavens and was incomparably grand. The shaking waves undulated, and the mist drowned the sky. At this time, the image of the wild ox and the demon ox fist disappeared, but its power was even greater. Yes, Yellow Cattle once said that the demon ox fist, the demon flood dragon fist, and so on. There are a total of 7 fist techniques. They were originally born from the 7 branches of a strange tree. Each of the 7 powerhouses broke off one of the branches and comprehended the profundities from it. Each of them obtained a fist technique. Shu Feng came to a realization. The powerhouses of the Demon Ox clan obtained this technique and naturally developed the Demon Ox fist. He was of the human race, so now that his fist technique had transformed and returned to its origin, it would naturally be different. For a moment, he completely believed that the 7 fist techniques combined into one would certainly be an invincible technique that could suppress the world. Even now, he could feel the difference. He roughly comprehended a terrifying physical fist intent. With a slight tremble, it was boundlessly terrifying. Almost at the same time, Shu Feng had great gains in both the spiritual and physical domains. In a trance, he realized that it was all related to the breathing technique robbery induction. It was the breathing technique that had transformed both his physical and spiritual arts. At this time, Li Qingyun despaired because his spiritual cage was collapsing and his spiritual power was rapidly weakening. He couldn't even withdraw his spiritual power, even if he wanted to. How could I lose? Li Qingyun found it hard to accept because he could almost use part of the visualization level spiritual energy. But now his spiritual power was heavily damaged. It must be that technique. You actually obtained it. He retreated with an incomparably terrified expression. However, Chu Feng had just learned the world's end near at hand. How could he let go of such an opportunity? His opponent's spiritual power was collapsing and weakening. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Boom! Chu Feng attacked. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed over. A brand new physical fist technique was unleashed, and the heavens and earth collapsed. Li Qingyun exploded into a bloody mist. Kill. Chapter 502. The two experts of the Shilin clan had attacked. One of them was clad in dull bronze armor, and even the bronze heavenly dagger axe in his hand was quite simple and unadorned. However, this person wasn't reserved at all. His purple hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. This was a young man wielding a heavenly dagger axe. He charged toward Chu Feng, certain that he had that breathing technique on him. The other person was clad in a golden armor that shone with resplendent radiance like the sun. His armor was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, his gaze was somewhat frightening. It was gushing with flames as if he had seen a rare treasure. He stared fixedly at Chu Feng and raised his fist to attack. The aura emitted by these two experts was terrifying. It made people feel as if they were about to be torn apart, and the expressions of everyone on the island changed. Chu Feng held Li Chengfeng's black spear in his left hand and Li Qingyun's silver halberd in his right. He brandished them with all his might, using the enemy's weapon to attack. Speak. Do you have the robbery induction on you? The young man clad in bronze armor had a gaze like cold lightning. His breathing was rapid, and it was obvious that he was extremely nervous. Of course, he didn't speak directly. Instead, he used his spirit to transmit the message, afraid that the news would leak out. Clang! At the same time, the bronze heavenly dagger axe in his hand swept forth, bursting forth with terrifying power. It shook Chu Feng so much that the webbing between his thumb and forefinger bled. The black spear in his hand almost flew out, and he staggered backward. Chu Feng's arm was numb. He had actually been forced back in a direct confrontation. This man clad in bronze armor was ridiculously powerful. The black spear in his hand trembled, stained with the blood dripping from his webbing. The blood flowed along the shaft to the spearhead, bright red and eye-catching. Speak, or I'll hack you to death. The young man clad in bronze armor shouted spiritually. The next moment, he brandished the bronze, heavenly dagger axe. It brought with it the image of a vicious beast, a roaring Tao Tai. It wanted to devour Chu Feng's spirit and body. Boom! Chu Feng was sent flying. His fingers were full of blood, and the black spear in his left hand and the dazzling halberd in his right almost flew out of his hands. At this moment, he finally understood why this person was so powerful. It was because he had surpassed the carefree realm and was an evolver of the visualization realm. On the island, the expressions of the divine sons and saintesses changed. How could such a person cross over? How did he come over? Boom! Right at this moment, the golden-armored young man also attacked. His right fist shone like a great sun. It was so dazzling that it was a bit terrifying. One couldn't look straight at it. In a daze, there really was a heavenly sun that descended, burning their golden radiance surging. The seawater exploded and evaporated. One could even see the bottom of the sea. This was the true Great Sun Fist, and its power was incredible. The snow-white halberd in Chu Feng's hand was wailing. Under the pressure of this punch, the weapon was almost bent like a bow. The strength behind this punch was astonishing. As for Chu Feng's hands, they were stained with blood. He retreated, his eyes shining with a cold light. This was truly unexpected. They were actually two evolvers of the visualization realm. Speak. Is the robbery induction on you? If you don't cooperate, I'll beat you to death immediately. The golden-armored young man used his spiritual telekinesis to interrogate coldly. He stood on the surface of the sea as if he were standing in a golden sun. He was resplendent and fierce, and his entire body couldn't be seen clearly. All that could be seen was a glaring ball of light. It's really an evolver of the visualization realm. Many people on the island cried out in surprise. At this moment, the Origin Beast platform was also in an uproar. Everyone realized that Chu Feng was in danger. This was a gap of a great realm, and it was very difficult to cross. The Shilin clan is truly ruthless. They actually sent a visualization-level entity ahead of time. The price they paid must be extremely high. Is it just to kill Chu Feng? People were moved. They were originally of the same planet's bloodline. Back then, they had come to a fork in the road, and now they were once again in fierce conflict. It's over. Chu Feng is indeed extraordinary, but now he's up against an evolver of the visualization realm. There's no way out. As expected of the Shilin clan, they've always been callous and heartless. If they say they'll kill Chu Feng, they'll definitely kill him. They won't give him the slightest chance. 2 visualization-level entities. There's no suspense at all. This is a crushing defeat. Everyone who saw this scene gasped in surprise. The Shilin clan style was still the same, callous and terrifying. They wouldn't rest until they achieved their goal. On the surface of the sea, the bronze-armored young man was talking to his companions. Li Qingfeng insisted on fighting a decisive battle with his prey. In the end, he was defeated and died. It has nothing to do with us. The golden-armored young man nodded and said, "Yes, they were too conceited. They can't blame us for dying here. Now it's up to us to clean up the mess." In an instant, people heard the problem. The Shilin clan members weren't on good terms. No wonder they were attacking each other. Now, the 2 visualization-level entities' words were cold. They didn't feel any grief or resentment for the 2 people's deaths. They were fairly calm. On the surface of the sea, Chu Feng's hands were dripping with blood. His gaze was cold and distant as he said, "How did you get here?" He was truly surprised. Even characters like Fu Huang and Yuan Mo had to kill themselves to cross over. Yet these 2 Shilin clan experts were actually able to cross over in one piece. The golden-armored young man said with a faint smile, "Barbarian, did you think our Shilin clan would be completely unrecognized after leaving this planet? No. In the end, we still possess the bloodline of this planet. It's easier for us to cross over than other races. Add to that the Saint's assistance. We naturally have a certain chance of success. Get over here. With your carefree realm strength, do you still want to fight us?" The bronze-armored young man said, "Let me do it. Your solar fist is too violent. If by any chance you accidentally disintegrate him and turn him into a bloody mist, it won't be pretty. Saint Wei has decreed that we should capture him alive as much as possible. No, let me do it. You hold the heavenly dagger axe. Don't accidentally cut off his head." These 2 were actually fighting to attack. They didn't take Chu Feng seriously at all, but according to their current realm, they indeed had the capital to do so. It was normal for the visualization level to suppress the carefree realm. That was because this wasn't just a difference of 1 or 2 shackles, but an entire realm and an entire evolutionary level. "That's enough." Chu Feng spoke. With a shake of his hand, he draped the monastic robe over his body. Immediately, a brilliant red light shone and golden patterns interweaved. He was prepared to use the domain, equality of all life, hidden within the monastic robe, to pull these 2 to the same level and then kill them. However, the 2 were fairly calm and didn't care at all. They brought out a banner from which the Tao race's yin-yang diagram appeared faintly discernible. Chu Feng was drenched in cold sweat. The monastic robe had lost its effect, and the domain, equality of all life, was restrained. "Haven't you heard of the 1-foot higher Tao?" The man in bronze armor mocked with a sneer. Chu Feng sighed. Whether it was the 1-foot higher Tao or the 10 feet higher demon, they were both peculiar domains with their own miraculous aspects. At present, there was no doubt that they were restraining the equality of all life. Then, Chu Feng decisively fled. Everyone was stunned. With Demon King Chu's character, How could he flee so decisively? He really wasn't sloppy at all. They had originally thought he would fight with all his might. You still want to leave? The two sneered and immediately chased after him. The two were astonished. It was actually very strenuous for the visualization level to chase after a carefree realm entity. They had almost lost him. Chu Feng had just learned the worlds in near hand and had almost shaken them off. But in the end, he was still a bit lacking. On Peach Blossom Island, many people chased after him. On the Origin Beast platform, many people were also paying attention. Today might be Chu Feng's doomsday. No one had expected that it would be two visualization-level evolvers who would obstruct him in the end. Speak. Is the robbery induction on you? Behind him, the young man in bronze armor roared fiercely and attacked Chu Feng's mind. However, after Chu Feng circulated his breathing technique, his blood energy and spirit fused together to protect his spirit, so he wasn't injured. As expected, it must be the robbery induction. Otherwise, he would have most likely been injured by my spiritual arts. Let me deal with him. Don't use any weapons. It's best to capture him barehanded. The young man in golden armor laughed. His teeth were very bright as he stood upright in a ball of glaring golden light. Boom! Chu Feng stopped. He tossed out the tattered picture scroll and launched a sneak attack on the two. Chi! The man holding the bronze, heavenly dagger axe turned around coldly. He raised his hand and produced a small, incomplete bronze seal. It rapidly enlarged to the size of a mountain and confronted the picture scroll. They were too well prepared. They firmly restrained Chu Feng and didn't want to give him a single chance. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll guard against this picture scroll, said the man in bronze armor as he activated the incomplete bronze seal. Ha, good. The credit belongs to both of us. If there really is the robbery induction, we'll be the first to see it. The man in golden armor secretly responded. Then he looked at Chu Feng. The golden light around his body became increasingly intense as he introduced himself and said, I'm Huang Cheng. He was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. He was in no hurry as he approached Chu Feng step by step. Barbarian, native, why haven't you gotten over here yet? Are you really waiting for me to personally suppress you? Huang Cheng shouted. Chu Feng didn't flee again. He had just learned the worlds in near at hand and hadn't comprehended it to perfection. It wasn't very effective against visualization-level beings, and it was difficult for him to break away. Cold-blooded bastard of the Shilin clan. Today, I'll let you understand that even if you're one level higher than me, I'll still kill you all the same. Haha, what a joke. Who do you think you are? Number one under the starry skies? You're one realm away, yet you're delusionally trying to defy the heavens. At this point, Huang Cheng's entire body shone brilliantly, and he completely disappeared. There was only a ball of resplendent light there, like a sun. Boom! He charged over. His fist erupted with dazzling golden light, distorting the void and drowning the land as it blasted toward Chu Feng. To a carefree realm evolver, the fist seal of a visualization-level evolver was simply a fatal blow. If one were to really be hit, they might explode on the spot. This was a solar fist. This kind of fist technique was too fierce and tyrannical. It was incomparable and could practically burn the skies and boil the seas. Bang! At this moment, Chu Feng was falling back, but he also struck out at the critical moment. He lightly touched the energy ripples of the solar fist before explosively retreating once more. During this process, his Perlicue was bleeding and he himself was injured. You dare cross a realm to fight an enemy? Ridiculous. Huang Cheng was indifferent as he swung his fist once more. 10,000 rays of golden light enveloped the area and the whole world rumbled. The divine sons and saintesses on the island had all chased down to watch this battle. They were all quite astonished. This was because Chu Feng had used the worlds in near at hand to constantly move his body and touch the solar fist. Although blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, he had persevered and hadn't been blasted to death. At this moment, Chu Feng's heart gradually calmed down. He indeed had some confidence in daring to stop the decisive battle. Moreover, he was now comprehending a kind of wondrous technique. It was the demon ox fist. Now that he had returned to the origin, Chu Feng was experiencing this wondrous technique. It contained the power of resonance in the evolutionary domain and possessed great destructive power. If used well, he could completely defeat the strong with the weak. The power of resonance was terrifying. If it truly formed a resonance, a small amount of power would be enough to destroy a terrifying object as long as it could continue to resonate. For example, in the world of ordinary people, the footsteps of an army crossing a bridge were too uniform. When they stepped on the bridge, they formed a resonance that was enough to destroy a sturdy bridge and make it collapse. In theory, an ordinary person standing in front of a building could also make another building collapse if he could realize a specific rhythm and beat it in a regular pattern. Now, the wondrous technique Chu Feng was comprehending wasn't aimed at inanimate objects, but rather at powerful living creatures. He wanted to carry out a destructive attack similar to resonance in the evolutionary domain. He immediately understood why the demon ox fist was said to be all-powerful and had an astonishing explosive power. It was because the resonance in the evolutionary domain was extremely terrifying. The next moment, Huang Cheng frowned because his terrifying solar fist couldn't be used smoothly and had been blocked by Chu Feng. Chu Feng's eyes were brilliant. This kind of wondrous technique was indeed extraordinary, and its effects were too astonishing. Once the resonance in the evolutionary domain was activated, he could completely defeat the strong with the weak. Boom! At this moment, Chu Feng's fist seal vibrated according to a special pattern and continuously collided with the solar fist. In the end, however, he wasn't at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Huang Cheng was shocked. He was an evolver of the visualization realm, so it was too easy for him to kill a cultivator of the carefree realm. He should have been able to kill him, but now he was in a passive position. Blood was seeping out from between his fists. There were a few times when his fists were heavily injured by the resonance in the evolutionary domain and almost collapsed. Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had refined the core essence of the demon ox fist and caused an extremely important effect. He had stolen the essence of the fist technique and stolen the mysteries of heaven. Without a doubt, if the wondrous technique he had obtained could be perfected, it would be boundlessly terrifying. No wonder there was a saying that the combination of the 7 fist techniques born from that strange tree would be an art of invincibility. Just the one before him was incomparably frightening and universally shocking. Huang Cheng didn't understand how Chu Feng could resist his solar fist. It shouldn't be. He didn't want any mishaps to occur and had immediately used his trump card. Suppress. With a boom, his visualization Dao fruit and his painting scroll appeared together and crushed toward Chu Feng, wanting to cripple him. Using his blood chi as the paper and his spirit as the paint, the exceptional painting scroll Chu Feng had painted also unfolded. It shook violently, and the top 100 heaven-illuminating stars appeared. The vast universe became indistinct and condensed into one with Chu Feng. Boom! He shook violently, and the invincible painting scroll came into being. It tore apart everything and destroyed everything. Even someone as strong as Huang Cheng couldn't resist it. With a boom, Huang Cheng's painting scroll with a golden sun floating in the air exploded and was destroyed. Huang Cheng's entire body was densely covered in cracks, as if he were porcelain that had been struck. How is this possible? He cried out with a terrified expression on his face. Just what kind of evildoer had he encountered to be able to defeat a visualization-level entity at the carefree realm? His scalp went numb. This native in front of him was actually so heaven-defying. Back then, Wei Heng and the others ranked 9th under the starry skies could do this, but this native in front of him was only from an unorthodox background. How could he do this? Boom! Chu Feng charged over and tore Huang Cheng apart. Chapter 503. Scarlet blood sprinkled down like raindrops as Huang Cheng died. Even his glaring golden battle clothes were torn apart. In front of that peerless picture scroll, the so-called armor was no different from a straw mat. Not far away, the young man in bronze armor was shaken. He had seen everything clearly. Chu Feng had killed Huang Cheng with his bare hands and used a peerless picture scroll to defeat all the visualization-level attacks. This kind of battle accomplishment was world-shaking. What kind of picture scroll was that? Unfortunately, he couldn't see it clearly. He could only vaguely see hundreds of stars glowing, and there seemed to be the silhouette of living beings within them. They emitted a terrifying pressure. It was only a flash, but that terrifying picture scroll had disappeared and was restrained within Chu Feng's body. In fact, he had a vague guess, but he didn't dare believe it, because it was too crazy. Was that one of the top 100 celestial bodies? The top 100 most terrifying and powerful beings in the universe. His hair stood on end, and he found it hard to believe. How heaven-defying was that? Giants who illuminated the heavens. Taboo existences whose brilliance illuminated past and present. Such beings enjoyed the worship of the myriad heavens and myriad realms. There were altars in every star system and on every planet with a high level of evolved civilization, worshipping those unimaginable beings. Any one of them could destroy entire vital planets, suppress the vast and boundless sea of stars, and control the heavens. They were invincible. But now, there was a person who had transformed 100 stars to revolve around him. There were the silhouettes of those beings within them. This was truly strange and terrifying. Is he crazy? The man in bronze armor couldn't believe what he was seeing. The picture scroll had appeared too quickly and tore Huang Cheng apart in a flash. He was terrified. If it really was that kind of peerless picture scroll, how could he fight? If his guess was correct, then it would be an unimaginably peerless chapter. Who would be able to fight against it? A planet covering a heaven illuminator appeared in large numbers. It was incomparable. He finally understood why Chu Feng's core stone balls couldn't be defeated. That was just the surface. One day, when different coarse stone balls appeared, such as the wordless heavenly book, the chaotic lotus pond, the grand golden sun, and so on, that would be unimaginable. Ah, Huang Cheng has been killed. What's going on? Just now I only saw a surge of energy and then it ended. Oh God! Demon King Chu walked out with Huang Cheng's head. Someone cried out in alarm. The divine sons and saintesses who had followed him all the way down from the surface of the sea all turned pale. Huang Cheng was torn to pieces, and his blood dyed the blue sea red. Chu Feng walked out with his head in hand, like a demonic god. An evolver of the visualization realm had been killed just like that, and the killer was a being of the carefree realm. This was simply heaven-defying. Everyone was shaken. This kind of accomplishment was too terrifying and was enough to shake the starry skies. The carefree slaying of the visualization realm was too stunning. Someone asked in a trembling voice. That tattered picture scroll and the incomplete bronze seal collided and emitted a dazzling radiance. I didn't see clearly. Did you guys see how Huang Cheng died? I also saw Chu Feng forcefully resist the Grand Sun Fist. Then, Huang Cheng used a Grand Golden Sun, painting scroll, and a visualization, Dao Fruit, to suppress and kill him. In the end, I didn't expect it to be a blur. He was torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. That was because Chu Feng's peerless painting scroll had unfolded too quickly. A single violent shake was all it took to kill the enemy. It was restrained in an instant. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, peerless chapters, and so on would all conceal themselves. The most important thing was that the tattered picture scroll and bronze seal that Chu Feng had produced covered the air. They were emitting domain radiance and blocking many people's line of sight. At this moment, many people on the Origin Beast platform were restless. At the critical moment, the tattered picture scroll and bronze seal were confronting each other. The domain interfered with the surveillance of the clairvoyant, so they couldn't see clearly. But when Chu Feng appeared with the head in his hand, it still caused an uproar on the Origin Beast platform. What kind of impressive battle accomplishment was this? Damn, did Demon King Chu drink the blood of a true dragon? He's so ferocious that it's a complete mess. Killing the visualization realm at carefree will, it's frightening. Only those descendants nurtured by peerless races can have such a performance, right? I'm guessing that in the present age, and looking at the entire cosmos, there are no more than 200 youngsters who can kill the visualization realm at carefree will. There were so many races in the cosmos, and even the powerful races numbered in the hundreds of thousands. This kind of ranking made people's hearts tremble. This was an accomplishment that could show disdain for one's peers. The Origin Beast platform was in an uproar. Previously, although Chu Feng was quite good at tormenting people, the true display of his battle accomplishments was still in this battle. He had crossed a great realm to kill Huang Cheng of the Shilin clan. It was extremely meaningful. People were regretful that they hadn't seen the crucial scene. Just how did he kill Huang Cheng? 90% of people unanimously believed that Chu Feng had created a peerless painting scroll that just happened to restrain Huang Cheng's Grand Golden Sun painting scroll. We should have guessed it long ago. The energy forms he constructed can rank within the top 200 of the Dark Horse rankings. Naturally, his strength is extraordinary and peerless. You can't say it like that. There are many people who have constructed world-shocking energy forms, but their combat strength is actually very weak. They're just research-type scholars. Do you think someone as savage as Demon King Chu is someone who talks on paper? He can't possibly be limited to the research field of scholars. He's a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. The outside world was in a heated discussion. They were incomparably shocked. On the Eastern Sea, people looked at Chu Feng with different expressions. This was definitely a ruthless person who could wrestle with the descendants of those peerless races from the top underplanets. Extra, extra. Demon King Chu has killed a visualization realm evolver. His ominous name has spread throughout the starry skies. He's finally gone to harm the outer realms. On Earth, the native evolvers received the news and immediately spread it, causing a huge commotion. Jiang Luoshan, Lu Tong, the clairvoyant Du Huaijin, and Yi Qingru were all flabbergasted when they heard of this. Boss has indeed broken through the horizon. In the end, clairaudient Ouyang Qing choked out these words. It was just a joke before, but now he felt that it had become a reality. As for the group of great demons residing on Mount Longhu, they were incomparably delighted. All the corporations were shaken quite badly. They sighed that they couldn't catch up to Chu Feng's footsteps. They couldn't even feel jealous, even if they wanted to. In the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave, Princess Lin and the others wore complicated expressions. This was simply unbelievable. In the ocean, the Southern Sea Elder Dragon King had mustered a large force to deal a blow to Chu Feng at the critical moment. In the end, he disappeared into the trench after receiving the news. Some people were hostile. For instance, those from Penglai were gnashing their teeth. This evil creature is becoming more and more troublesome. Unfortunately, our race's elders can't leave the immortal island for the time being. They have no way to kill him immediately. This Brother Chu is truly ferocious. The Dragoness sighed. In the Eastern Sea, the bronze-armored Wei Lan was trembling in his heart. He was falling back because he didn't want to throw away his life for no reason. That was because he wasn't that much stronger than Huang Cheng. In the sky, the tattered painting was confronting the bronze seal. The two people below were also confronting each other. Boom! Chu Feng took the initiative to attack. His figure was too fast and caused the air to explode. White mist filled the air as he rushed over to attack Wei Lan. This was normally unimaginable. A carefree realm entity was going to kill a visualization realm evolver. Two beams of light shot out from Wei Lan's eyes. In the end, he didn't retreat and instead chose to fight. That was because he was from the Shilin clan. The clan survival rules were strict. Those who feared the enemy would die, especially since he was surnamed Wei and had some blood relations with the supreme Saint Wei hung. If he were to flee without a fight, not only would he lose face, but he would also lose the face of the number 9 under the heavens. He would be trampled to death when he returned. Boom! The two exchanged blows. Chu Feng was quite steady. Even though his body was covered in blood and the web between his thumb and forefinger had split open, he still appeared calm. That was because he had enough confidence. Not to mention producing a peerless painting, just the resonance technique alone was enough for him to fight a visualization realm entity. He had used the robbery induction to comprehend the essence of the demon ox fist. He had returned to the source and obtained the most fundamental essence. The resonance technique was shockingly terrifying. Now, Chu Feng was fighting the strong as the weak and could resist the calamitous attack of a visualization realm evolver. Boom! Wei Lan went crazy. He used the solar fist and attacked fiercely. It was as though a golden sun had blossomed on his fist. It was extremely resplendent and glaring. At the same time, its might was so terrifying that it made people tremble. A single punch evaporated the seawater and distorted the void. The explosion was deafening like thunder falling from the 9 heavens. In theory, even if it was an ordinary person, if they hit a building with a special rhythm and achieved resonance, they could cause the entire building to collapse. Now, the technique Chu Feng had grasped was countless times more complicated. That was because it was targeted at evolvers and belonged to the category of secret techniques. The resonance technique in the field of evolution was too difficult to grasp. Were it not for the robbery induction, Chu Feng might not have been able to refine the essence of the demon ox fist. That was because the might displayed by the demon ox fist had only been vibrating and sweeping through all these years. There was a certain degree of resonance mixed in. However, it definitely hadn't reached the level Chu Feng had refined. This was the core essence that he had obtained. Chu Feng realized that the strange tree from back then was extraordinary. The 7 entities that had personally broken off its 7 branches must have comprehended different core essences. However, when they were passed on to their descendants, they had already evolved into the demon ox fist, demon flood dragon fist, demon rock fist, and so on. They had become fixed forms and not the original things. Now, he had borrowed the comprehension of a robbery induction to return to the source. Only then had he managed to sever the most important essence. The resonance technique in the field of evolution was truly too terrifying. It could be considered a peerless chapter and was much more powerful than the fixed form of the demon ox fist. Boom! After fighting with Wei Lan, Chu Feng had grasped the latter's pulse. When he used the resonance technique, the visualization realm expert was shaken until blood flowed out of his nose and mouth. His fist was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to break. Kill! Wei Lan roared loudly and activated the Great Sun Fist. Resplendent golden light submerged the sea surface and enveloped Chu Feng within. In the end, Chu Feng was fearless. His fist seal vibrated at an inconceivably fast speed. Moreover, it was quite rhythmic as it met the attack head-on and collided with the Great Sun Fist. Wei Lan's right fist was blasted apart by the terrifying effects of the resonance technique and turned into a bloody mist. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open as if they had seen a ghost. This was the power of the visualization realm, especially the Great Sun Fist, whose name had shaken the world since ancient times, was an extremely powerful fist technique. In terms of fame, it was even more famous than the Demon Ox Fist alone. But now he was no match. Of course, people didn't know what kind of fist technique Chu Feng was currently using. This was naturally no longer the Demon Ox Fist, but rather a peerless technique. Boom! Chu Feng's fist moved, causing the air to buzz as he charged forward once again. Ah! Wei Lan roared furiously. His right leg lashed out at Chu Feng like a whip. This was a close combat technique of the Shilin clan. The leg was like a serpent or a divine whip, capable of easily destroying the enemy's physical body. But now it was completely ineffective against Chu Feng. Even though he was at a higher evolutionary level and possessed terrifying energy, it was still disintegrated by Chu Feng's resonance technique. With a bang, his leg was blasted apart, and even a small part of his body was lacerated. This kind of result was too terrifying, and the onlookers felt their hair stand on end. All along, Wei Lan hadn't used his own painting scroll or his visualization Dao fruit. That was because he was afraid of dying even faster. Huang Cheng had done just that, but in the end, Chu Feng's 100 stars appeared with a shake of his hand and tore Huang Cheng apart. But Wei Lan had no choice but to go crazy and use all kinds of methods. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly die if things went on like this. Chi. A beam of purple light blossomed as he used the eastern purple mist finger. Beam after beam flew out, but in the end, they were all disintegrated by Chu Feng. Kill! Wei Lan roared. His hair was disheveled, and his body was drenched in blood. He activated his own painting scroll, which was composed of numerous black lotuses. It could be considered a famous painting scroll of his race. He had walked the path of his predecessors. Chu Feng didn't unfurl his own painting scroll. He was testing the resonance technique. His fist glowed and vibrated continuously as he bombarded the painting scroll. He was trying to find its pulsating rhythm. During the intense battle, the entire painting scroll was shattered into pieces. Then, all the black lotuses exploded and were set ablaze. Chu Feng himself was shocked out of his wits. It could really break apart the opposite painting scroll. This resonance technique was somewhat heaven-defying. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a peerless secret technique. The painting scroll also had its own vibration frequency. As long as he found it, he would be able to exert force to resonate with it and then disintegrate it. Within a split second, even someone as calm as Chu Feng was somewhat excited. Previously, he had wanted to buy some combat techniques from the Origin Beast platform. Now it seemed he could slow down and study the resonance technique first. He had already obtained such a peerless chapter. Moreover, even if he went to purchase it, he wouldn't be able to buy a secret book of this level. I still have the Demon Flood Dragon Fist. I should be able to return to the Origin and refine the core essence to grasp it. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't need the fixed form of the Demon Flood Dragon Fist. What he wanted was the most fundamental thing. Chu Feng stared at Wei Lan and pressed forward. He said with some regret, I was too busy trying to figure out the resonance technique and didn't comprehend the Great Sun Fist and Eastern Violet Chi Finger. Although they're far inferior to the resonance technique, they're still pretty good. At this moment, Wei Lan was covered in blood and covered in cracks. He was incomparably miserable, and a terrified expression appeared on his face. He was truly in despair. That was because the other party hadn't even revealed his painting scroll just now. He had been beaten up just like that and destroyed the famous painting scroll he had composed with his blood, energy, and spirit. This horrified him. How could you? His voice was trembling. At this moment, he had already lost his will to fight. One of his fists and one of his legs had been broken. He retreated with an incomparably pale face filled with fear. Why is it impossible? The Shilling clan is too weak. Chu Feng played it down and then smashed his fist forward. With a boom, Wei Lan exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 504. At this moment, no one knew how Wei Hong was feeling, but they could somewhat understand Jun Tuo's feelings. This was simply an undeserved calamity. He had been cursed again. On a certain star in outer space, Jun Tuo's dark face was about to drip water. He was incomparably gloomy. God damn it, he had been shot again. He hadn't provoked that little native recently, but in the end, that brat would curse him for no reason at all. This had almost become an instinct. He was originally targeting Wei Hong, but in the end, he had been dragged into this mess as well. In the outer realms, the Nine-Ean Sparrow, Yuan Changkong, and the others had gloomy expressions on their faces. Even quasi-saints and saints were astonished after witnessing this battle. Chu Feng's strength was simply too strong. They were heavenly knights and old executioners. They had wanted their juniors to kill Chu Feng, but had failed in the end. Now, it seemed that Zhu Wuk and Yuan Feng would die even if they didn't want to. It wasn't an accident that they had died in battle. In the end, the supreme Saint Wei Hung, the former number 9 under the heavens, had no reaction. Perhaps he had ignored it, or perhaps he hadn't paid attention to this matter at all. This disappointed Chu Feng. His challenge had failed. But Chu Feng knew that even if Wei Hung didn't pay attention to this matter now, he would soon find out. That was because the 4 people he had sent had all been killed. Chu Feng's actions were tantamount to cutting off his face. It was impossible for him not to react. Chi! In the air, the tattered scroll floated down and was caught by Chu Feng. At the same time, a damaged bronze seal also gradually dimmed and fell down after losing control. Chu Feng grabbed it in his hand. Another powerful ancient weapon had appeared in his hands. As for the nearby divine sons and saintesses, they were all silent. Almost no one spoke. This kind of battle accomplishment shocked them. A carefree cultivator had killed 2 people at the visualization realm. It was simply too terrifying. What kind of glorious battle accomplishment was this? Who would dare to hunt down Chu Feng now? That was purely courting death. Before today, many divine sons and saintesses wanted to hunt down Chu Feng and teach him a lesson. They wanted him to understand what it meant to be a native. From the looks of it now, it was time for them to come to some sort of realization. If they dared to continue pestering him, it would be like they were tired of living. The divine princes and saintesses of the East Sea remained silent with complicated feelings. Meanwhile, the evolvers on the Origin Beast platform didn't know how to restrain themselves. Now, this place was boiling with noise. I can already see a new star rising in a declining land. This is too unexpected. A native from an unorthodox background is actually strong to this extent, able to fight across realms. This is something that only the descendants of an unrivaled race can have. From this day onwards, this Chu Feng will no longer be famous for his ability to cause trouble. Even if he doesn't sell divine sons and saintesses, he will still be famous in the starry sky with his impressive battle achievements. In outer space, everyone was discussing passionately. The result of this battle was too unexpected. For many years, powerful young geniuses were born from those powerful clans. This was already a law that could not be broken. But now, in a savage land at the edge of the cosmos, a wasteland that had just recovered its evolutionary environment, such a powerful young man had appeared. The level of evolvers on the current Earth was too low. In the eyes of the outer realm, this place was extremely primitive. In the field of evolution, it was akin to eating raw meat and drinking blood. But it was precisely in such a place that someone had appeared out of nowhere and killed powerful enemies. This intimidated the group of divine sons and saintesses so much that they turned pale and didn't dare act presumptuously. Many people realized that it was very likely that a heaven's pride was rising and growing. His future achievements would most likely be extremely terrifying, perhaps even incomparably dazzling. Some people couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this planet that was so glorious in the past could recover and recreate its glory days? If that was the case, it would be somewhat frightening. But soon, people shook their heads. This old land that had been in decline for so many years would hardly be able to reproduce its former glory. Demon Chu, please accept my red lips. I like you so much. Hurry up and fight Wei Hung. While people were in heated discussion, there were also a few problem girls shouting enthusiastically. Demon Chu, I think highly of you. If you have the ability to defeat everyone in the same generation and suppress those heaven's pride from the peerless races, including the Dao Sons and Divine Sons of the top 10, I've decided to marry my sister to you. The one who said this was a silver-haired Lolita. She was a little brat called Xiao Xiao, but she possessed a gold account. Many people were surrounding this outrageously beautiful, silver-haired Lolita. She seemed to be very famous. Chu Feng was somewhat astonished, but he replied calmly, "Yes, I can give your sister a chance." Then the entire world became silent. The Origin Beast platform was absolutely silent. It was too quiet. Just now, there were many people surrounding the Lolita. They were clamorous and overly lively. But now it was too quiet. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked toward Chu Feng. Is there something wrong? Chu Feng asked calmly. Of course there's something wrong. Many people wanted to say this loudly, but they were momentarily speechless. This demon king Chu was truly courageous. He dared to agree without knowing anything. Brother, she's from the quasi-immortal race. Finally, someone spoke and broke the silence. Then, the place became chaotic. Brother Demon, you're too powerful. You even dare to say such words. I think you're dead for sure. The quasi-immortal race is one of the top 10 races. They originate from the top 10 planets. In a split second, Chu Feng finally understood the situation and was shaken quite badly. The silver-haired Lolita's origins were too great. She came from one of the top 10 that had been constant since ancient times. As for her sister, everyone was too familiar with her. Her name was Ingzhixian. Because of her outrageous fame, she was known as one of the top 10 beauties under the starry skies. Not only did she have terrifying evolutionary talents, but she also liked to study ancient spells and contemporary hymns. She was a top-notch celebrity whose popularity spread throughout the starry skies. Ing Xiao was stunned at first, but then she immediately burst into laughter. Demon King Chu, I think highly of you. Do your best, but before that, you must first defeat Ing Wudi. Use your fist to ruthlessly fix him up, trample on his dignity and pride, and trample him to the ground. Everyone was petrified. Who was Ing Wudi? He was a heaven-bestowed character in the top 10, a young heaven's pride of the quasi-immortal race. His strength was terrifying beyond compare, and he was also Ing Xiao's elder brother. Like his name, he was enveloped in a halo of invincibility. At this moment, this silver-haired Lolita was waving her little fists with an excited expression on her face. At the same time, she fiercely suggested for Chu Feng to display his demonic nature and defeat Ing Wudi, trample him under his feet, and sell him off. In any case, you're a human trafficker, she added in the end. Chu Feng really wanted to ask, you know I'm a human trafficker, yet you still pushed your sister into the fire pit and still want to sell your elder brother? Ing Xiao, go and cultivate. If you dare to slack off again, you'll stay in the blazing cave for half a year. You're not allowed to come out. Someone berated at this moment. Ing Wudi, I'll fight it out with you. You're so fierce to me all day, yet you're so good to your elder sister. You're a Siscon. Following that, she shouted again, Demon King Chu, human trafficker, do you dare to sell Ing Wudi? He's very valuable, and there'll definitely be people who'll spend a huge amount of ransom to save him. Everyone felt dizzy. It was really rare to see such a cunning younger sister. She couldn't wait for Chu Feng to sell her elder brother and marry her elder sister. She was truly capable. After that, everyone saw that silver-haired brat being decisively dragged away by a large hand. That person's entire body was resplendent, and their true appearance couldn't be seen. Only a pair of eyes that were even more brilliant like the sun glanced at everyone before disappearing with Ing Xiao. Everyone knew that should be Ing Wudi. Ing Zhexian and Ing Wudi, this pair of siblings, were heaven-bestowed characters. They were well known even in the top 10. After that, Chu Feng also decisively left and turned off his photon computer. At this moment, he had already rushed back to Peach Blossom Island. He discovered that Yuan Mo was still lying there, but Ziluan had long since run off without a trace. Chu Feng nodded and evaluated. Yes, not bad. Men are still trustworthy, and women can't be relied on. You said you'd be my captive, so you became my captive. You didn't even run away. This is the second time that little purple bird has escaped. Yuan Mo wanted to curse when he heard this. Who wouldn't run if they could? His body was full of injuries, and it was very difficult for him to struggle as he lay there. He was almost beaten to death by Chu Feng. If I could run, I would have done so a long time ago. He was rather stubborn. Earlier on, he had cursed at Chu Feng, but now that he had fallen to this point, he still wasn't afraid. Look at you. So many divine sons and saintesses left, but no one brought you away. No one rescued you. Isn't your relationship with others too bad? Hearing such undisguised ridicule, Yuan Mo wanted to curse again. That bastard Fu Huang stood guard here just now and watched me. Who would dare save me? Of course, there were many people who immediately retreated after learning of Chu Feng's accomplishments. They didn't want to touch his captive. Chu Feng immediately laughed and said, "I'll give you two choices. One is to follow me and listen to my orders, and the other is to sell you right now." Yuan Mo was furious. "I'm a demonic sun level character. How can I be someone's follower? Is a demonic sun that strong? I've eaten and sold divine suns. That kind of divine sun isn't fit to compete with me. If you have the guts, wait for my injuries to heal, and we'll have a fair fight." Yuan Mo cried out. "I just killed 2 visualization level experts from the Shilin clan." After hearing these words, Yuan Mo was dumbfounded and didn't say anything else. You think about it first. Let's go and catch that little purple bird. This time I've really left a profound magnetic needle on her body. She can't escape. Chu Feng said as he picked up Yuan Mo and used the world's end near at hand. He disappeared with a swoosh. Afterwards, he roamed the sea region at a terrifying speed. In the end, he vaguely sensed traces of Ziluan. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth immediately revealed a smile because he saw not only Ziluan, but also Li Feng and Zhan He. They were all his captives. Last time he was struck by lightning on Mount Tai, they had run away. "Where do you think you're going?" Chu Feng shouted softly. Saint Ziluan immediately let out a scream. Divine Sun Zhan He and supermodel Saintus Li Feng also felt a headache coming on. Now that they knew of Chu Feng's carefree and visualization level achievements, they simply couldn't fight. They were far from being his match. "Don't eat me, don't sell me." As expected, Ziluan was the most unbearable. She was so scared that tears were about to flow out. This proud girl was truly terrified of this demon. Zhan He and Li Feng also felt their scalps go numb. This time, they didn't flee and instead stood obediently in place. They were willing to be captured. Otherwise, they would either be killed or sold. Chu Feng made his move. Together with Yuan Mo, he planted profound magnetic needles in the bodies of the 4. At this time, many powers on Earth were discussing in secret, including the various saint children. That was because the battle not long ago was too shocking. Chu Feng had killed a visualization expert at the Carefree Realm. He was no longer able to keep him in check. The atmosphere on Penglai Island was strange. Some people were so excited that even their voices were trembling. Could it be that it's really the robbery induction? A supreme technique that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ultimate breathing technique of the 10 worlds has finally appeared. The reason why that Chu Feng rose so rapidly is most likely related to this technique. It belongs to our Penglai. We must obtain it. In the following 2 days, Chu Feng led the 4 to wander around the sea. He didn't dare go too far for fear of missing out on the opportunity. That was because Fu Huang and the other divine sons and saintesses were also there. They hadn't left because the cave residents under the sea could come into being at any time. They had to fight over the opportunity. Chu Feng wandered around. He once went to see the dragoness and almost went to attack Penglai. Before long, he unexpectedly heard a piece of news. The Fangzhong Immortal Island was marrying off their daughter, and their little princess would soon be married. Yes, I remember they looked for me and asked me to go to the Fangzhong Immortal Island. Sigh, they seemed to like me back then. Why are they marrying off now? Let's go take a look. Chapter 505. Fangzhong Island covered a large area and flowed with hazy multicolored light, illuminating the nearby surface of the sea. The spiritual qi in the surroundings churned and was fairly extraordinary. On the island, the mountains were faintly discernible and enshrouded in multicolored mist. It was extremely magnificent, and even half the sky was covered in a brilliant halo. A large ship sailed unhurriedly into the waters of Fangzhong Island. Chu Feng and the others had arrived. The Fangzhong Immortal Island had appeared in Earth's main space along with the recovery of heaven and earth. Like Penglai, It was a secret realm. On the large ship, Jean-He poured energy into it and focused on steering the ship. He no longer dared to escape. Chu Feng was very leisurely. There was a jade table in front of him with a few dishes and a jug of wine on it. He faced the sea breeze and gazed at the blue sea and the immortal island, occasionally taking a small sip of wine. Ziyuan was humming a song from Earth with a slightly aggrieved expression. She was used to being pampered and had never been a maid before. She had to pour wine and sing. Saintess Li Feng was slender and elegant on the deck. She was 180 meters tall and had undulating curves. She was now a substitute maid and would occasionally step forward to pour wine. As for Yuan Mo, he was lying on the deck. His injuries had worsened because he had just been beaten up by Chu Feng. The reason was very simple. Out of the other three, one was driving the boat, one was singing, and one was pouring wine. Only Yuan Mo was unruly and disobedient in all kinds of ways. In the end, Chu Feng was very direct. After a round of beating, the injuries of a dignified, demonic son burst forth once again. Blood sprayed out of his mouth and nose, and his face was bruised. Seeing this scene, Jean-He, Ziyuan, and Li Feng were quite cooperative. No one dared to go against them. They were like loyal guards and maids. However, Chu Feng was still very pleased with himself and said, "I win people over with virtue." Jean-He, Ziyuan, and Li Feng wanted to curse, but they could only curse silently. This was because they were intimidated by your demonic might. How could they say such words? Their skin was too thick. Yuan Mo spat at him again. Even though he was lying there, he was still unconvinced. Win people over with virtue? You're lacking in virtue, aren't you? Li Feng, take the halberd and hit him, Chu Feng ordered. The tip of Li Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly, but she still took action in the end. She lifted the halberd and smashed it randomly with the shaft. As a result, Yuan Mo was in a miserable state again. His broken bones had just connected when they were dislocated once more. Yuan Mo cried out, "Demon Chu, I won't accept this even if you beat me to death. I'm the demonic son of a generation. Even if I can't defeat you after I recover, I won't be much weaker. How can I be your servant?" Chu Feng took the halberd from Li Feng's hand and directly aimed the halberd's blade at his neck and was about to swing it down. "Stop! What are you doing?" Yuan Mo shouted. Chu Feng replied, "I'll chop off your head and use it to fish for flood dragons. I heard that there are flood dragons roaming around this area. I haven't eaten one for a long time. I'll catch one today." No, Yuan Mo was indeed very unyielding and wasn't afraid of death. However, he was afraid after being tormented like this. He wouldn't die immediately after his head was chopped off. The thought of being used as bait and thrown into the sea to feed the sea beasts made him tremble with fear. In the end, Yuan Mo yielded and negotiated terms with Chu Feng. He could help him, but he couldn't be his servant. Chu Feng nodded and inserted some profound magnetic needles into his body to prevent him from escaping. He warned him that the needles would explode if he were to betray him, and he would have to bear the consequences. In outer space, many people were paying attention to Chu Feng. Now, all of them had strange expressions on their faces. This fellow was truly lawless and unfettered. He had taken in divine sons as his servants and made saintesses serve him tea. This was simply doing whatever he wanted. It made people jealous and envious. "Brother Chu, hurry up and sell more divine sons and saintesses. We've prepared enough this time and can guarantee a high price for you." "All right. Has there been a deal with that Ziyuan beside you? If there's no follow-up, you can consider selling her to me. I want to buy the supermodel Saintess Li Feng. I want to buy Yuan Mo and beat him up every day." The group of buyers was fairly enthusiastic. "Wait a moment. I'm going to open a small shop later on. I've even thought of a name. It'll be called the Chu family's little shop. When the time comes, there will be divine sons, saintesses, and demonic sons. They'll all be for sale. In addition, there will be bounty hunter services. For example, if you see any divine sons or saintesses on Earth that you don't like, you can place an order and I'll help you deal with them. The premise is that they also have a grudge against me. Otherwise, I won't accept orders for no reason. I'll win people over with virtue. Damn you. When people over with virtue. When people over with virtue. I'll F***CK you. Alright, there will also be special beatings. For example, if anyone wants to see me beat up Yuan Mo, you can find me. I guarantee I'll arrange another one for you. If you want to beat up Zhang He, Li Feng, and Zil Wan, you can also sign up and name a price. It's all within the scope of business. Yuan Mo, Zhang He, Li Feng, and Zil Wan were so angry that their noses almost became crooked. Each and every one of them dared to be angry, but didn't dare to say anything. This was truly preposterous. The four of you don't need to worry. If you perform well, I won't accept those orders and do a few less deals. But if you all pretend to agree, but oppose me in secret and do all kinds of perfunctory things, then there's nothing to say. I'll first open a special beatings and then sell you all, Chu Feng said. Then, he added, at the same time, this little shop will occasionally hold concerts. For example, I'll invite Zil Wan and Li Feng to sing with all their might. Of course, if your price is right, I can even invite celebrity figures. How about Lan Shi sing for everyone? This really was a small shop with comprehensive services. There wasn't much variety, but there was one thing that was common. They all revolved around the divine sons and saintesses. Everyone was dumbfounded. Hearing him say that even Lan Shi could be invited, they immediately suspected that he might make a move against her. Immediately, many people howled like wolves and clamored to place orders. There were even people clamoring to buy the rising star Lan Shi, who was about to become famous. Finally, Chu Feng said, I also sell the inner armor of famous figures here. The quantity is limited, and the highest bidder gets it. He was dissatisfied. 2 days had passed, but Lan Shi still hadn't contacted him. It would be better to just directly auction off her undergarments. He reckoned that the value would be extremely astonishing. Chu Feng. Sure enough, the photon computer flickered. Lan Shi contacted him at the first moment and secretly negotiated with him. She wanted to take back her dress and a few pieces of inner armor. My Chu family's little shop is about to open. How about you come over and help me out with a concert first? How about that? Impossible. Then I'll go sell the inner armor. Speaking of which, the material is really not bad. It's made from star silk, right? It's impervious to water and fire, and impervious to swords and spears. It's soft and comfortable to the touch. This thing is indeed a treasure. I think it can be sold for a good price. Don't touch my things. Lan Shi almost shrieked. She scolded in a low voice. Even though they were separated by 15,000 kilometers, she still felt unnatural all over, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on her body. Halt! At this moment, someone on Fangzhang Island spoke. This was because the ship was too close to the island and was about to reach the shore. Chu Feng stood up and looked ahead. He hadn't said anything yet, but the other side had already recognized him. He immediately revealed an astonished expression. Brother Chu, why have you come? Someone greeted him, and at the same time, someone left to report to the island. This immediately startled Chu Feng. The other side valued him so much that he had killed his way to fame. However, if he wasn't wrong, there were old monsters on Fangzhang Island and Penglai Island. They wouldn't be afraid of a carefree evolver like him. If he dared to set foot on the island, there would definitely be danger. Chu Feng. At this moment, Lan Shi was still contacting him in the photon computer. Come, Fairy Lan, pick a beautiful place, and let's talk by candlelight in front of the flowers and under the moonlight. Chu Feng casually responded. Then, he turned off the photon computer. He wanted to see what was going on with Fangzhang Island. Last time, didn't you guys say that the little princess of Fangzhang Island had fallen in love with me? So here I am, said Chu Feng casually. Brother Chu must be joking. Our little princess is about to get married. You can't joke like this, said the person. Sigh, how sad. I've already prepared to receive the bride, but the groom isn't me. How can I bear this? At this point, he took out a command token and showed it to the people on the island. It was given to him by the people of Fangzhang Island. He was to use this token to set foot on the island in the future. As soon as he showed this attitude, the people on the island immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They were very serious and several people actually opened their mouths to explain the matter. What was going on? Chu Feng realized that there was something going on here. Why would they care so much? He was just joking casually. There was no way they would kidnap the bride. Even someone as wild and unscrupulous as Yuan Mo could feel that the expressions of the people on Fangzhong Island were flickering. There was something wrong. On the island, a middle-aged man received the report and immediately frowned. During the period when those old monsters were cultivating in seclusion, he was one of the deputy island masters. His name was Li Kai, and he was in charge of daily affairs. He was very serious as he said, "He's actually here. However, it's impossible for Princess Qing Qi to marry him now. That big shot from the Star Passage has taken a fancy to Qing Qi. No matter what, we can't break this connection. You have to know that this is a noble person who normally cultivates on the deity planet. His status is extraordinary. Ordinary people wouldn't even know where to go no matter how they rush there, let alone get close to the deity planet. That's on the top 10. But our original plan was to marry Qing Qi to Chu Feng. Now that he's here, are we going to send him away just like that? What a pity. We can't let him go. Right now, we're 80% sure that he has the robbery induction breathing technique on him," said an old woman. She was thin and bony, but her spirit was hale and hearty. The middle-aged man, Li Kai, said, "Yes, of course we can't let him go. He's finally come to Fangzhong Island, so we have to find a way to keep him here. However, he's always been vigilant and won't necessarily come to the island. Although we can suppress him, we can't leave. How about we let Qing Qi deal with him? She can feign civility and flatter him, then trick him into coming to the island," said the old woman. "That won't do. Qing Qi's personality isn't suitable. Moreover, if this kind of thing were to be found out by that noble person from the Star Passage, I'm afraid he'll be dissatisfied. Qing Qi wants to marry him, and there can't be any accidents. Forming a relationship with the top 10 is the most important thing. As for Chu Feng, we'll think of another way. All right. Are there any women of suitable age on the island? Their looks must be outstanding, and their status must also be high." The old woman said, "There aren't any women of suitable age with high status, but there are suitable beauties. For instance, Qing Qi's maid Ruolan. She's very young and pretty, not a bit inferior to Qing Qi. Yes, just say that Ruolan is the island master's other daughter. If that demon King Chu is really interested, then let Ruolan marry him," said Li Kai. He was one of the deputy island masters, and his power wasn't small. "That's right. Let's stabilize him first. Right, we must not displease that noble from the Star Passage. The most important thing now is to establish a relationship with the top 10. We naturally can't miss this Chu Feng. If he has the robbery induction breathing technique on him, then he can change everything. This is what we need the most, and we must obtain it. There's no mistake. 2 days ago, Shilin clans Huang Cheng and Wei Lan were defeated. Chu Feng was able to slash through the visualization realm at the carefree realm. It's definitely related to this breathing technique. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? He's almost on par with the descendants of those peerless races. Outside of the island, Chu Feng had unexpectedly received news that the Fangzhong Island Master admired him very much. He also had a daughter who was the apple of his eye and the most beloved. She had also reached the marriageable age and wanted to be betrothed to him. Chu Feng had an odd expression on his face. He had only said it casually, so why did the people of the Fangzhong Island take it so seriously and even treat it so seriously? There must be a demon behind this abnormality. However, the people on the island received the news at different times, so their reactions were also different. An extremely beautiful maid walked over in an arrogant manner and said, "You're Chu Feng, right? I advise you to give up. How could our princess Qing Qi fancy you? Leave quickly and don't disturb other people's marriage." Her face was full of disgust. Chu Feng originally didn't have any other thoughts, but now that he was being disrespected, he immediately cast a sidelong glance and said, "Wasn't it your Penglai Island who invited me here? They said your princess Qing Qi was interested in me. How come you're turning hostile now? Don't speak nonsense. Our princess Qing Chi already has someone she likes, the maid reprimanded, but she was somewhat flustered. Very soon, a few people appeared on the island again. One of them, a young man, said with a smile, "You're Chu Feng, right? Our master has taken a fancy to Princess Qing Chi. This has nothing to do with you, so get lost." This was definitely a provocation. It was undisguised and filled with intense hostility. Chu Feng's expression was gloomy. Was there really something going on here? It originally didn't concern him, but now that he was being treated with such malice, he immediately became angry. "Who's your master?" he asked. The young man provoked once again and said, "My master is indescribably noble and lives on one of the top 10 planets. You don't have a right to know. Go back to where you came from. Don't think you're extraordinary. Compared to the top 10, you're just a barbarian. Go, kill him for me." Chu Feng instructed Zhang He, Li Feng, and Zhil Wan. The three of them stepped out and charged toward the island. Boom! A screen of light rose up and domain runes flickered. The three of them were forced back. The Fangzhong Island's defenses were quite extraordinary. "Men, I'll tell you the truth. My master knows the Fangzhong Island wants to marry their daughter to you, so he interfered. What can you do?" The young man transmitted his voice secretly. He was immensely proud of himself, as he provoked continuously. Apparently, he wanted to infuriate Chu Feng and force him to enter the island. "You're just a servant, yet you dare speak to me like this." Chu Feng's expression was cold. "Who said I'm a servant? I'm also a saint child on a certain planet." The young man was furious and felt insulted. He said again, "My master comes from the top 10 and can naturally be addressed respectfully. How dare you humiliate me like this? Humiliate you, and I'll slap you to death." Chu Feng moved. Even though he knew the other party was prepared and likely had a trump card to provoke him into entering a dangerous place, he didn't really care. At his current level, he could advance or retreat as he pleased. Boom! As expected, this place wasn't simple. 5 small flags rose up from the ground. They were all jet black and sparkling. They were refined from profound magnets and even contained a bit of divine magnetism. Each flag was less than a meter long, but now they were shaking violently. Countless runes covered the area in a short while. Moreover, they were all concealed and formed a killing field. Anti-5-element flags? Chu Feng was astonished. This was an unconventional domain that could reverse the 5 elements and even the seal of domain suppression. This was specially prepared for him. One had to know that the other party was only a servant and was easily looked down upon. In the end, he had brought out such a great killing weapon. Thump, thump, thump. Chu Feng moved his body. He held the broken copper seal in his hand and blocked the attacks of the black, mysterious lights. Walala. At the same time, he shot out the tattered painting scroll to protect himself and resist the attacks of the anti-5-element flags. In a moment, hundreds of mysterious lights shot out continuously and attacked Chu Feng fiercely. They wanted to obliterate him on the spot. Chu Feng's expression was gloomy. Was this the power of the top 10? Even a servant could possess such a great killing weapon. How did he cross realms to bring it over? The power of the top 10 isn't something you can imagine. Die. The young man sneered. He was no longer frivolous and had become serious. He shot out a large number of magnetic crystals to support the anti-5-element flag's domain. Chu Feng used the tattered painting scroll to protect himself and the damaged bronze seal to open up a path. He wanted to kill his way out, but at this time, he could clearly feel the chaotic chi activity in this place and that it was becoming increasingly dangerous. His fiery eyes stared attentively at the anti-5-element flags and then rapidly deduced. Recently, not only had he evolved rapidly, but his attainments in the field of domains had also increased. Relatively speaking, his talents in the field of domains were incomparably powerful. Normally, the difficulty of studying domains was 10 times that of evolution. But now, he was advancing at the same pace. It was clear how terrifying his talents in the field of domains had reached. Otherwise, Why would that energy pagoda on the moon sigh in admiration and shake that inheritance pagoda? Recently, Chu Feng clearly felt that his attainments in the field of domains had increased once again and had reached the level of a great master. This was also the reason why he had come to the island to attack. Now his fiery eyes were observing carefully and finally found a way out. Boom! Chu Feng directly charged out and smashed the bronze seal in his hand. The ground split open and the 5 black flags appeared once again. He swept the painting scroll in his hand, and with a few swoosh sounds, the anti-5 element flags changed owners and were collected into the painting scroll. Bang! Chu Feng kicked the astonished and incredulous young man out of the island, causing him to cough up large mouthfuls of blood. Then, he took a step forward and kicked out once again. Great waves surged into the sky as the man flew into the air and fell onto the large ship, drenched in blood. The top 10, right? Tell me about it. Chu Feng said coldly. He stepped on a man's face and looked down at him. Beside him, Saintess Zilwan was so frightened that her little liver was in chaos. She was increasingly afraid of the great demon king before her. Chapter 506. Slow down, Brother Chu. Please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding here. I come from the 10 Greats with a mission to select geniuses. Brother Chu, please stop for a moment. Zhang Chuan quickly shouted. Even though his face was being stepped on by Chu Feng, he still spoke quickly, afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish his sentence. You brought up the 10 Greats at this juncture. Are you trying to make me feel apprehensive? How laughable. How can a servant like you come here to select geniuses? You must be afraid of death and are purposely threatening and tempting me. Bang! Chu Feng sent him flying with a kick, causing him to spray blood in midair. His entire body was almost blown apart, and his whole body was full of cracks. Also, you're just a servant. Are you even worthy of calling me brother? Chu Feng had learned the world's end near at hand. His speed was extremely fast, and he caught up in an instant. He stepped on his chest in midair and once again landed on the deck. Zhang Chuan screamed miserably. His whole body was convulsing as more than half of his bones were broken. You said there was some misunderstanding, but you provoked me again and again, saying such malicious words. What misunderstanding could there be? You're just afraid of death and want to stall for time. Don't you find it laughable? With a bang, Chu Feng swept out with his foot once again. Zhang Chuan's mouth full of blood and teeth fell out as his whole body was once again sent flying. Zhang Chuan screamed miserably. He couldn't even roll on the ground because his injuries were too severe. He could barely move. Okay, you guys torture him and interrogate me about the things I want to know. Chu Feng handed Zhang Chuan over to Li Feng, Zhan He, and Zilwan. They looked at each other in dismay. The person on the ground was limp and covered in cracks. Most of his bones were broken, so how could they torture him? He was about to fall apart. However, they didn't dare to disobey and interrogate Zhang Chuan. In a moment of carelessness, they broke his arm. Because it was too weak, it had long since been shattered by Chu Feng. Zhang Chuan screamed and almost fainted. He shouted, Chu Feng, are you not afraid of suffering a calamity for treating me like this? I'm from the 10 Greats. Chu Feng was immediately dissatisfied with Zhan He and the others. He had already captured Zhang Chuan, but he was still provoked by him. Bang! Zhan He hurriedly made his move. He used too much strength, causing Zhang Chuan's already cracked jaw to shatter. Zilwan almost vomited. She held her towering chest and gasped for breath, not daring to look. Chu Feng sat there and drank a mouthful of wine from the flask. You 3 are too cruel. In just a short while, you've already lost a complete person's arm and chin. How cold-blooded. But did you get anything out of him? The 3 of them cursed silently. Who was the cruel one? They were almost scattered by you. With just a slight touch, they broke their arms and legs. And you're blaming us? The 3 of them saw that Zhang Chuan's injuries were too severe, and there was a high chance that he would die. They wanted to treat him first, but in the end, they accidentally broke one of his legs, and he fell onto the deck. Zhang Chuan screamed miserably. His face was pale, and his entire body was drenched in cold sweat and blood. Chu Feng immediately became serious and said, "I'm warning you three, don't be so heavy-handed. It's too cruel, dismembering people at every turn. It's too bloody. You guys are simply tyrants. Also, hurry up and force a confession. If you can't get anything out of him, just wait to be sold. I don't feed idlers." The three of them, #yin hashtag, they really wanted to curse. How were they going to force a confession? A slight touch would break his leg, and he would have long since been crippled. "Speak quickly. Which planet are you from? Who's your master?" Li Feng, Zhan He, and the others quickly asked. Zhang Chuan was covered in blood and cold sweat. He wanted to say something fierce and emphasize that he was from the 10 Greats, but in the end, Zilwan accidentally broke his other leg. He cried on the spot. He really couldn't say anything fierce, but he still didn't confess. At the same time, Zilwan also almost cried. Looking at the person in front of her bleeding, she really couldn't stand it. She didn't care if he was directly killed, but now it seemed like she was dismembering a person. On the Fangzhong Island, the group of people was petrified. This was too dazzling, especially since Chu Feng had just landed on the island and directly abducted people. "Stop!" someone shouted. That was because Zhang Chuan was that noble subordinate. If something were to happen here, they were worried they would be blamed. "You think we'll let him go just because you say so?" Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He then glanced at Yuan Mo, who was lying on the deck, recovering from his injuries, and said, "You also go and force a confession. If you can't get anything out of him, I'll beat you up again." "What right do you have to beat me?" Yuan Mo really wanted to fight him to the death, but in the end, he compromised. As expected of a Demon Sun level character, he made Zhan He take out a spirit-binding rope and tie Zhang Chuan up. Then, he directly threw him into the sea to fish for sharks. "Oh no!" Zhang Chuan shouted. He was tied up by the spirit-binding rope and couldn't move at all. Even if he were to face an ordinary shark that hadn't stepped on the path of evolution, he still couldn't stand it. He was practically scared to death. Zhang Chuan couldn't stand it anymore. The great white sharks circled around him. He was lifted out of the water one moment and then thrown back in the next. He approached those bloodthirsty creatures. Normally, he would naturally feel disdain, but now, even a child could kill him. "I'll confess. I'll tell you that my master came from the deity planet. His name is Yu Jubian, and his status is noble and venerated." "Never heard of him." Chu Feng shook his head. Suddenly, a veiled lady walked out from the depths of the island. Her figure was tall and slender. Judging from her temperament, she should be an extraordinary beauty. Her voice was cold as she said, "Chu Feng, you've gone too far. You've come to Fangzhong Island to cause trouble and disturb my marriage. What exactly do you want?" Without a doubt, Princess Qing Qi had arrived. Chu Feng felt that it was inexplicable. He didn't pay her any attention and instead glanced at Zilwan. Zilwan was sullen. Not only had she become a maid, but now she was even a close maid? Was he asking her to have a verbal fight? This demon king, Chu, was really like a big boss. She had put on airs and ignored him, but now he was handing her over to her? Zilwan was quite unwilling, but she still opened her mouth and said, "How have we gone too far? When did we disturb your marriage? We were just passing by. In the end, your Fangzhong Island was so strange and insisted on marrying a girl to Chu Feng. That person wasn't you. I think she was called Rulin or something. Then this Zhang Chuan appeared and ridiculed and humiliated us. We even felt that your Fangzhong Island was going too far. Is this how you treat your guests?" "What? Me to marry him? Impossible. I want to be with the young miss." The maid who had previously said that Chu Feng wasn't worthy of Qing Qi cried out in alarm. Not far away, the expression of an old woman who was walking over from the depths of the Fangzhong Island changed. She felt that things were bad. She hadn't communicated with Princess Qing Qi and her maid Rulin before, and now they had been exposed. At this moment, Chu Feng's eyes stood up. Not long ago, the people of the Fangzhong Island had said that they would marry the island master's other daughter, Rulin, to him. So it turned out that she was only Qing Chi's maid. Although he didn't take it seriously from the start and had never thought of marrying into the Fangzhong Island, now that he found out that they had pushed a maid out to deceive him, his expression turned ice cold. "You're going too far." Zilwan's mouth was very sharp. She observed Chu Feng's expression and immediately expressed her resentment as a considerate maid when she saw that he didn't look too good. She said, "A long time ago, your Fangzhong Island wanted to marry Princess Qing Chi to Chu Feng. Now, not only are you going back on your word, you even want to replace her with a maid and marry Chu Feng. This is simply a humiliation." The others hadn't said anything, but the maid Rulin immediately turned hostile and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I marry him? I'll go to the deity planet with the young miss. Your lord, Chu Feng, is nothing." "Young friend Chu, you've misunderstood." "Rulin, shut up." The old woman who had just rushed over spoke. She hurriedly tried to smooth things over and explained, "Rulin has already been adopted by the island master. She can indeed be considered princess." Rulin's face immediately turned pale. She felt as if she had received a blow because she felt that she had become a sacrifice and could no longer follow Princess Qing Chi into the top 10. "Damn it, my lungs are about to explode from anger," Zilwan shouted delicately. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but glance at Chu Feng. She continued to perform her duty as a considerate maid on the spot and said, "Your Fangzhong Island has gone too far. Are you looking down on us so much? No matter how many times you say it, she's still just a maid, let alone an adopted daughter. I'm afraid she herself doesn't even know that she's become the island master's adopted daughter." Then she continued, "Also, did you hear what this Zhang Chuan said? His lord, Yu Jubian, is deliberately targeting Chu Feng. He heard that the Fangzhong Island wanted to marry off their daughter to Chu Feng, so he interfered midway and sabotaged their plans. Now, he's marrying Princess Qing Chi, and you want Chu Feng to marry her maid. Are you cooperating with Yu Jubian to humiliate Chu Feng?" Chu Feng snorted coldly. He felt that Saint Zilwan was right. The Fangzhong Island was simply going too far in their bullying. At this point, everything was too obvious. In order to maintain a close relationship with the top 10, the Fangzhong Island had taken the initiative. "Little friend Chu Feng, please listen to our explanation." The old woman still wanted to speak. She really wanted to detain Chu Feng and stabilize him. She wanted to find an opportunity to trick him onto the island because they coveted the robbery induction breathing technique. They couldn't give up and had to obtain it. Chu Feng said, "There's nothing to explain. I'm not interested in the people of your Fangzhong Island. Whether it's the princess or the maid, I won't marry any of them. I have nothing to do with you." The old woman opened her mouth and felt incomparably bitter. She definitely couldn't detain Chu Feng now, let alone make him come onto the island. At this time, Princess Qing Chi said, "Since you feel that this has nothing to do with the Fangzhong Island, then please let Zhang Chuan come back. He's now a guest of our island." "Are you crazy?" Zilwan said. Then, she added, "The princess needs to be cured. Do you think the whole world revolves around you? This Zhang Chuan humiliated us and is courting death. Do you think we'll let him go with just a few words from you? I've already said that this has nothing to do with you. Do you think your face is that big?" After hearing this, Princess Qing Chi's expression changed between green and white. At this time, Chu Feng nodded at Zilwan and said, "What you say makes sense. It seems I can consider letting you stay and not selling you." After hearing this, Zilwan almost cried. She really wanted to say, "You'd better sell me." That was because her brother Zi Xiao had already contacted her and told her that the person who had bought her was from the Zi family. Zilwan felt that if she could escape, she would definitely save her family a large sum of money. If there was no other way, then it would be better to let Chu Feng sell her. Now, she wanted to cry, but had no tears. She felt that she had gone overboard. Then, she shut her mouth and decided to take the initiative to make some mistakes in order to be sold. At this time, Zhan He, Yuan Mo, Zilwan, and Li Feng's photon computers all lit up as they received an important message. Following which, Chu Feng's photon computer also notified him that someone on the Origin Beast platform had contacted him. He went to take a look and, in the end, saw a young man covered in golden light appear in the air. He shouted at them at the same time, "You guys have quite the guts. Let go of Zhang Chuan." On the Fangzhong Islands, someone had contacted Yu Jubian, a noble from the Ten Greats. This person was now using the photon computer to contact Chu Feng, Yuan Mo, and Ziluan. "Who do you think you are? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you berate and order us around like this?" Chu Feng was quite disdainful and didn't even open his eyes to look at him. Even though this person was quite heroic and shrouded in light, he was like a god. "Young master, you," Princess Qing Qi called out softly. In the blink of an eye, everyone present knew that this person was Yu Jubian. "Master, they were disrespectful to you," Zhang Chuan complained. His eyes were fierce as he swept his gaze over Chu Feng's group. "Release him," Yu Jubian said coldly. His tone carried a commanding tone, as if he couldn't be disobeyed. "Yuan Mo, what are you guys standing there for?" Chu Feng turned back and looked at Yuan Mo, Zhan He, and the others. "Such good bait. Use the spirit-binding cord and go fishing for the flood dragons immediately." Very well. Yuan Mo was a very wild person. Even though Yu Jubian's identity wasn't ordinary, he was still angry at being berated like this. Plop! He let Zhang Chuan directly into the sea. There were 7 or 8 great white sharks swimming below. After smelling the blood, they all opened their bloody mouths and pounced forward. Zhang Chuan's heart was torn, and his lungs were torn apart. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Following which, he felt intense pain all over his body, as if he was about to be torn apart. "How dare you?" Yu Jubian said coldly. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.